Every moment that unsettles you, every word that lingers too long, every situation that steals your peace, feels like it comes from the outside. From people, from events, from life being unfair. But when the world grows quiet, when you sit alone with your thoughts, a deeper truth begins to surface. What hurts you is not what happened, but what your mind decided it meant. You were never taught this. You were taught to react, to defend, to replay, to argue with reality in your head long after the moment has passed, to carry conversations that are already over, to suffer twice, once from the event and again from the story you keep telling yourself about it. Not because you are broken, but because no one showed you another way. The Stoics saw this clearly. They understood that the mind does not suffer because life is harsh, but because judgment is unchecked. That peace begins the moment you stop feeding every thought your belief, that you can feel pain without becoming it, that you can face life without fighting it, and that letting go is not weakness, it is skill. This lesson is not about pretending things don't hurt. It is not about becoming cold or detached. It is about learning how to put space between what happens and what you tell yourself about it. About releasing the habit of turning every moment into a burden. About reclaiming the quiet strength that was always yours. So take a breath, slow down, and listen carefully. Because once you see how judgment shapes suffering, you can finally learn how to loosen its grip and rest the mind that has carried too much for too long. There is a small pause that almost no one notices. It lives between what happens and how you feel about it. It is quiet, fast, easy to miss, and yet inside that pause, your entire emotional life is decided. From the introduction, you may already sense it, this idea that peace is not stolen from you, but slowly handed over, not in one dramatic moment, but in tiny, unnoticed exchanges. A look, a word, a delay, a tone. None of these are powerful on their own. What gives them weight is what follows inside you. The mind steps in, eager to explain, to judge, to protect. And before you realize it, a simple moment has become a story you are now carrying. When something happens, the body reacts first. The heart tightens. The stomach shifts. The breath changes. This is natural. This is biology. The nervous system is doing what it was designed to do. Scan for danger. Prepare for action. But this reaction is not suffering. It is just sensation. Like a sound passing through the air. Like a cloud moving across the sky. Suffering begins when the mind rushes in to explain the sensation. It labels it, personalizes it, turns it into meaning. A delayed message becomes rejection. A raised voice becomes disrespect. A mistake becomes proof that you are not enough. None of this is in the event itself. It is added later, quietly, automatically, almost lovingly, as if the mind believes it is helping you survive. This is the moment between stimulus and story. The stimulus is clean, it is raw, it is simple, a sound, a word, an action. The story is complex. It is layered with memory, fear, past wounds, and expectations. The story reaches into the past to borrow old pain and throws it into the present. It reaches into the future to predict loss, failure, or abandonment. And suddenly, one moment becomes many. Most people live inside these stories without knowing it. They don't feel like thoughts. They feel like facts. The mind says, "This always happens to me," or "People never respect me," or "I knew this would go wrong." These are not observations. They are conclusions formed long before the present moment arrived. The mind is not responding to what is happening now, it is responding to what it fears might happen again. The Stoics understood this deeply. They knew that events do not enter the soul on their own. They must pass through interpretation first, and interpretation, when left unchecked, becomes habit. Over time, the mind learns to jump straight to the story without even pausing at the event. The space between stimulus and story shrinks. Reactions become faster. Emotions feel uncontrollable. Life feels heavy, even when nothing dramatic is happening. But here is the quiet power hidden in this moment. The pause can be widened, not by force, not by positive thinking, but by awareness. The moment you notice that a story is forming, you are no longer trapped inside it. You begin to see the difference between what happened and what you are telling yourself about what happened. This does not mean you stop feeling. The body will still react. Sensations will still rise, but you no longer add fuel to them. You stop turning a spark into a fire. You allow the feeling to move through you without assigning it an identity or a narrative, without asking what it says about you, without demanding that it mean something. At first, this feels unfamiliar. The mind will resist. It will say, "But this is important," or "If I don't analyze this, I'll be taken advantage of," or "I need to understand why this hurts." But underneath those thoughts is a deeper habit, the habit of control, the belief that if you explain everything, you will be safe. What actually brings safety is learning to stay with what is real before it becomes exaggerated. Staying with the raw experience before the mind decorates it with fear. This is not suppression, it is clarity. It is letting the event be what it is, without adding weight it never asked for. As you practice noticing this space, something shifts. You stop living in constant reaction. You stop being pulled into emotional spirals that begin with a single thought. You start responding instead of reacting. And in that response, there is choice. This is where letting go truly begins. Not by erasing thoughts, not by controlling emotions, but by respecting the space between what happens and what you make it mean. That space is where freedom lives. And once you learn to rest there, even briefly, the world begins to feel lighter, not because life has changed, but because you are no longer carrying stories that were never true to begin with. As the space between what happens and what you make it mean begins to open, something else becomes easier to notice. The intensity of certain emotions no longer feels random. Patterns start to appear. Some reactions feel far bigger than the moment that triggered them, almost as if something inside you is sounding an alarm that doesn't quite match the situation. There is a reason emotional pain can feel so loud, so urgent, so impossible to ignore. It was never designed to be subtle. Long ago, emotions evolved to protect you, not to guide you toward truth. Fear was meant to keep you alive. Anger was meant to create distance from threats. Sadness was meant to slow you down so you could recover. These signals worked well in a world of physical danger, but in the modern world, the same system often misfires. Emotional pain today rarely comes from immediate threats. It comes from tone, memory, uncertainty, and meaning. Yet the alarm system reacts as if survival is on the line. A critical comment triggers the same inner response as rejection. Silence feels like abandonment. A small mistake sets off panic, as if everything is about to collapse. The body reacts fast, and the mind follows, trying to justify the reaction. This is where suffering deepens. When the alarm goes off, the mind assumes it must be correct. The pain feels real, so the danger must be real too. But emotional intensity is not evidence. It is simply a signal that something familiar has been touched. Often, what is being triggered is not the present moment, but an old wound that learned to stay alert. The Stoics believe that emotions are impressions, not commands. They arrive uninvited, but they do not get to decide your actions or your beliefs. When an alarm misfires, the wisest response is not panic. It is curiosity. Instead of asking, "Why does this hurt so much?" a better question appears. What is this alarm trying to protect? Many emotional reactions are protective habits that formed when you were younger. At some point, your mind learned that certain situations led to pain, so it built shortcuts. It reacts early, loudly, sometimes aggressively, to prevent the past from repeating itself. The problem is that the mind does not update these shortcuts easily. It keeps using old maps in a new world. This is why emotional pain can feel disproportionate. The system is not broken. It is outdated. It is trying to keep you safe using information that no longer applies. When you treat emotional pain as a warning rather than a truth, its grip loosens. You stop arguing with it. You stop feeding it stories. You listen without obeying. There is a difference between respecting pain and surrendering to it. Respect means acknowledging the signal without turning it into identity. It means noticing the tension in the body, the rush of thoughts, the urge to react without rushing to act. The moment you slow down, the alarm begins to recalibrate. Most people make the mistake of amplifying the alarm. They replay the event. They search for proof that their fear is justified. They talk themselves into certainty. This keeps the system on high alert. The mind believes the danger is ongoing because attention never leaves it. Emotional pain thrives on repetition. When you stop reinforcing the signal, something surprising happens. The emotion completes its cycle. Like a wave, it rises and falls. It does not need to be solved. It needs to be allowed. Pain that is observed without judgment often fades faster than pain that is analyzed endlessly. This does not mean emotions disappear forever. It means they lose authority. You begin to trust your ability to respond wisely instead of reacting reflexively. The alarm still rings, but it no longer controls the room. You become the one who decides whether action is needed or whether the signal can pass. Over time, the system learns. Each moment you do not overreact, you teach your nervous system that not every discomfort is dangerous, that you can feel unease without collapsing, that you can experience emotion without being consumed by it. This is how emotional resilience is built, not by suppressing feelings, but by correcting false alarms. As this understanding deepens, you start to feel less threatened by life itself. Moments lose their sharp edges. You stop bracing for impact. And with that, a quiet confidence emerges. Not because pain is gone, but because you no longer mistake every signal for a crisis. You begin to live with steadier ground beneath you, aware that even when the alarm sounds, you are safe enough to listen calmly and choose wisely. As emotional alarms grow quieter, another voice becomes easier to hear. It does not shout. It whispers. It sounds reasonable, almost caring. Yet it carries a weight that quietly drains your strength. It speaks in two words that follow you everywhere. Should have. This voice rarely talks about the future. It lives in the past. It replays moments that are already over and treats them as if they are still unfinished. It takes events that cannot be changed and keeps them open, like wounds that never close. And each time it speaks, it tightens something inside you. Should have thinking is not reflection. Reflection looks for learning. Should have looks for punishment. It takes what you knew then and judges it with what you know now. It ignores context. It ignores fear. It ignores the limits you were living under at the time. It assumes you had the clarity, strength, and awareness you only gained later. This is why it hurts so much. You are not just remembering the past. You are rewriting it with cruelty. You tell yourself you should have spoken differently, chosen differently, stayed longer, left earlier, known better. The mind creates a fantasy version of you who acted perfectly. Then it compares you to that version and finds you lacking. The Stoics warned against this kind of thinking because it fights reality itself. The past is fixed. No amount of regret can soften it. Yet the mind treats regret as if it were useful, as if pain could somehow travel backward and change what already happened. It cannot. All it can do is poison the present. Should have thinking also keeps emotional pain alive. Each replay reactivates the alarm system. The body responds as if the mistake is happening again. The shame returns. The tension returns. And because the mind believes the pain is deserved, it does not look for relief. It looks for more evidence. This habit often hides behind responsibility. It says, "I'm just holding myself accountable." But true accountability leads to growth. Should have thinking leads to paralysis. It does not ask, "What can I do differently next time?" It says, "There is something wrong with you." Over time, this erodes trust in yourself. Another hidden danger is that should have thinking distorts memory. The mind simplifies the past. It removes uncertainty. It forgets that at the time you were choosing between imperfect options. It forgets the information you didn't have, the emotional state you were in, the pressure you were under. The past becomes unfairly clear only because it is no longer alive. Letting go of this habit does not mean avoiding responsibility. It means placing responsibility where it belongs, in the present. You cannot act in the past. You can only act now. When you notice should have thoughts, the shift begins by changing how you relate to them. Instead of arguing, you acknowledge them and redirect. A powerful question replaces should have. What did this teach me? This moves the mind from punishment to understanding. Learning integrates experience. Punishment keeps it stuck. One leads forward, the other loops endlessly. It also helps to remember that growth requires mistakes. The person you are now exists because of the person you were then. If you erase the past, you erase the lessons. The Stoics believed that even missteps are part of fate's curriculum. Not everything painful was a failure. Some things were training. There is also compassion in realism. You acted as the person you were, not the person you wish you had been. That version of you was doing the best it could with the tools it had. This is not an excuse, it is a fact. And peace begins when you stop demanding perfection from someone who was still learning. As should have thinking loosens its grip, the mind gains space. Energy that was spent replaying the past returns to the present. You become more available to life as it is, not as you wish it had been. Regret softens into wisdom. Memory becomes information, not a weapon. This does not happen all at once. The habit may return, but each time you notice it without feeding it, you weaken its hold. Over time, the past stops pulling you backward. It stands quietly behind you, no longer shouting instructions, no longer demanding payment. And in that quiet, you begin to feel something new. Not relief from responsibility, but freedom from unnecessary suffering. The kind that comes when you finally allow the past to be what it is, finished, and give yourself permission to live fully in the only moment where change is still possible. As the grip of the past loosens, another pattern quietly steps forward. It lives in the present. It feeds on moments that could pass harmlessly, yet somehow linger for hours or days. It thrives on words, opinions, tones, and looks. And once it takes hold, it convinces you that staying upset is a form of strength. Being offended rarely feels like a habit. It feels justified. It feels moral. It feels like proof that you care, that you have standards, that you are aware. But beneath the surface, something else is happening. The mind is learning to seek offense the way it once sought safety. Each reaction becomes familiar. Each surge of emotion brings a strange sense of clarity and purpose. Offense gives the mind a position. It draws a line between right and wrong, between you and them. In a confusing world, that certainty can feel comforting. The moment you are offended, you know who you are. You are the one who sees the problem, the one who has been wronged, the one who stands on higher ground. This is why offense can become addictive. It provides identity, it gives energy, it creates movement inside the mind. Anger feels powerful compared to uncertainty. Outrage feels alive compared to silence. The nervous system responds with alertness, focus, and intensity. The body feels activated, even if the situation itself is small. But the cost is subtle and heavy. Each time you take offense, you hand control of your inner state to something outside you. A comment, a post, a stranger's behavior. Peace becomes conditional. You feel calm only when the world behaves the way you expect it to, and that condition is rarely met. The Stoics warned against this dependence. They believed that dignity comes from self-command, not from constant reaction. When you allow every slight to disturb you, you become easy to control. Anyone can pull your emotional strings without effort, not because they are powerful, but because the mind has learned to respond automatically. Offense also narrows perception. When you are offended, curiosity disappears. You stop asking questions. You stop listening. The mind locks onto its judgment and looks for confirmation. Everything becomes evidence. Neutral actions feel hostile. Silence feels intentional. Disagreement feels like disrespect. Over time, this creates distance. Relationships become tense. Conversations feel dangerous. You begin to expect harm, so you see it everywhere. The world feels heavier, sharper, less forgiving. And because the mind believes this vigilance is necessary, it resists letting it go. What makes this pattern difficult to break is that offense often disguises itself as self-respect. It says, if I don't react, I'm allowing bad behavior. But reacting emotionally is not the same as responding wisely. You can have boundaries without outrage. You can protect yourself without poisoning your inner space. There is also a deeper layer. Many people are not offended by what is said, but by what it touches inside them. Old insecurities, unresolved shame, fear of being unseen. When those places are activated, offense feels personal, but the source is internal, even if the trigger is external. Freedom begins with honesty, not asking, was this offensive, but why did this affect me so strongly? This question shifts power back to you. It opens space between the trigger and the reaction. It allows you to see offense not as proof of harm, but as information about where you are still sensitive. Letting go of offense does not mean becoming passive. It means choosing where to place your energy. It means deciding that your peace is worth more than winning every emotional battle. The Stoics practiced this by reminding themselves that other people's words are reflections of their own minds, not verdicts on yours. As this understanding grows, something unexpected happens. The need to react softens. You begin to feel less pulled into drama. Not because you stop caring, but because you care differently. You stop feeding situations that only drain you. You reserve your strength for what truly matters. Offense loses its appeal when you no longer need it to define yourself. When identity comes from inner values instead of external conflict, calm becomes possible even in disagreement. You can hear things you don't like without being shaken. You can disagree without burning. This is not numbness. It is maturity. It is the ability to stay grounded while the world remains imperfect. And once you taste that steadiness, the addiction fades. The mind no longer craves outrage to feel alive. It begins to prefer clarity. Quiet strength replaces constant reaction, and with that shift, you move one step closer to real freedom. Not freedom from others, but freedom from the habit of letting every word decide how you feel. As the need to be offended begins to loosen, something deeper comes into view. The reactions are no longer just about words or situations. They feel personal, immediate, as if something essential is being threatened. This is where emotion stops circling the moment and starts guarding the self. There is a subtle shift that happens when identity enters the picture. A comment is no longer just a comment. A disagreement is no longer just a difference of views. A mistake is no longer an event. It becomes a verdict about who you are, about your worth, about your place in the world. When identity becomes involved, the mind stops responding and starts defending. It builds walls quickly. It sharpens language. It prepares for battle, not because the situation is dangerous, but because the self-image feels fragile. Anything that challenges it feels like an attack that must be neutralized. This is why certain situations trigger you more than others. They touch roles you are attached to, being seen as competent, being seen as kind, being seen as strong, being seen as right. When those roles are questioned, even indirectly, the nervous system reacts as if survival is at stake. The alarm system you learned about earlier goes into overdrive. The Stoics understood this as the danger of confusing what you do with what you are. When identity is tightly bound to roles, opinions, or achievements, every challenge feels existential. You are no longer protecting an idea. You are protecting yourself. And the cost of that protection is constant tension. Identity-based reactions also reduce flexibility. You stop learning because learning requires admitting you don't know. You stop listening because listening risks change. You cling to familiar labels even when they no longer serve you. The mind would rather be consistent than free. There is also a hidden exhaustion here. Carrying an identity requires maintenance. You must constantly prove it, defend it, reinforce it. Every interaction becomes a test. Every failure becomes a threat. Life turns into a performance where the stakes always feel high. This is why peace often arrives when people let go of rigid identities. Not because they lose themselves, but because they stop narrowing themselves. They realize they are more than their roles, more than their opinions, more than the image they project. The self becomes spacious instead of defended. Letting go does not mean having no values. It means holding them lightly. You can care deeply without turning beliefs into armor. You can stand for something without making it your entire self. The Stoics practice this by grounding identity in character, not outcomes, in effort, not approval, in integrity, not image. When identity loosens, triggers lose their power. Criticism becomes information instead of insult. Disagreement becomes dialogue instead of threat. Mistakes become feedback instead of shame. The emotional charge fades because the self is no longer on trial. There is also a quiet relief in not having to be someone all the time. You can rest, you can change, you can be wrong without collapsing. You can grow without betraying yourself. The mind stops guarding a fixed image and starts participating in life again. This does not happen overnight. Identity is built over years. It is reinforced by praise, criticism, success, and fear. But each time you notice a strong reaction and ask, "What part of me feels threatened right now?" you create distance. Awareness becomes a soft release. Over time, you learn to separate your core from your constructs. You see that you are not your job, your past, your opinions, or other people's perceptions. You are the one experiencing them. And that realization changes how deeply things can wound you. As identity becomes less rigid, the mind grows calmer. It no longer needs to prove itself at every turn. It no longer treats life as a courtroom. And with that shift, judgment begins to soften. This prepares the ground for the next layer of freedom. Because once identity stops reacting to every challenge, something else becomes visible. The quiet expectations you carry, often without knowing it, that shape how disappointment is born. As identity loosens its grip, disappointment begins to feel different. It still arrives, but it no longer feels random. It has a shape, a pattern, a familiar weight that settles in after things don't go the way you hoped. And when you look closely, you begin to see that disappointment is not born from loss alone, but from something quieter hiding underneath. Disappointment always carries a judgment. It says, "This should have been different." Not out loud, but deep inside. It compares what happened with what you expected, and when the two don't match, the mind reacts. The pain does not come from the event itself. It comes from the gap between reality and the picture you were holding. Most expectations are never spoken. You don't announce them. You don't even always know they are there. They form silently, shaped by habits, past experiences, and hope. You expect people to respond a certain way. You expect effort to be rewarded. You expect timing to work in your favor. And when these expectations fail, disappointment feels personal. The mind rarely says, "I had an expectation." Instead, it says, "I was let down." This subtle shift matters. Feeling let down suggests that someone or something took something from you. But often, nothing was taken. Something simply did not arrive. Disappointment becomes heavier when it turns into meaning. A plan failing becomes proof that you are unlucky. A relationship not working becomes proof that you are unlovable. An opportunity passing becomes proof that you are behind. These meanings are not facts. They are interpretations layered on top of unmet expectations. The Stoics warned about this habit because it quietly robs the present moment of peace. When you expect outcomes to unfold a certain way, you tie your inner state to things outside your control. You feel calm only if reality cooperates. And when it doesn't, the mind reacts with frustration, sadness, or bitterness. There is also entitlement hidden inside disappointment. Not arrogance, but assumption. The belief that because you tried, because you waited, because you cared, things should have turned out differently. This belief is human. It is understandable. But it is also a source of suffering. Life does not operate on personal fairness. It moves through chance, timing, and complexity. When the mind forgets this, disappointment feels like betrayal instead of information. It becomes emotional weight instead of insight. Letting go of disappointment does not mean giving up hope. It means loosening the demand that reality follow your script. Hope is open. Expectation is rigid. Hope allows space for different outcomes. Expectation resists them. A powerful shift happens when you ask, "What expectation was I holding?" This question removes blame and brings clarity. It turns disappointment into awareness. Instead of fighting what happened, you learn from how you were attached. Disappointment also teaches you where you place your sense of worth. If your value depends on success, approval, or timing, disappointment will hit hard. But when worth is grounded internally, outcomes lose their power to define you. Events become experiences, not verdicts. There is also grief hidden inside disappointment. Not always grief for what was lost, but grief for what never was. The future you pictured, the version of life you imagined. Allowing yourself to acknowledge this grief without judgment softens its edge. It allows the emotion to move instead of hardening into resentment. The Stoics practiced acceptance not as surrender, but as alignment. They accepted reality as it is so they could respond wisely, not emotionally. This acceptance did not remove sadness, but it prevented unnecessary suffering. It kept disappointment from turning into bitterness. As expectations become visible, you regain choice. You can still plan, you can still care, but you stop clinging. You stop demanding certainty from a world that cannot offer it. And with that, disappointment becomes lighter. Over time, you begin to notice disappointment sooner. It no longer surprises you. You feel it arise, and instead of collapsing into it, you observe it. You remind yourself that this feeling is a signal, not a sentence, that it points to an attachment, not a failure. This awareness changes how you move through life. You stop bracing for outcomes. You stay present with effort instead of fixated on results. You find satisfaction in action rather than promise. And as disappointment loosens its grip, something else begins to soften as well. The need to label experiences quickly. The urge to decide whether something was good or bad. This opens the door to another quiet source of suffering, the habit of naming moments before fully living them. As disappointment softens, awareness sharpens. You begin to notice how quickly the mind moves. Before an experience has time to settle, it is already being named. Good, bad, failure, success, waste, mistake. These labels arrive fast, almost automatically, and once they land, they shape how the moment is felt. Labeling feels useful. It gives the mind order. It simplifies a complex world into categories that feel manageable. But this speed comes at a cost. The moment you label an event, you stop meeting it as it is. You meet the label instead, and the label carries emotion, memory, and judgment that the event itself never had. A delay becomes a problem. A quiet day becomes unproductive. A difficult conversation becomes a disaster. None of these meanings live inside the events. They are placed there by the mind, and once placed, they are hard to remove. Labels collapse possibility. When something is called bad, the body tightens. Resistance appears. You want the moment gone. When something is called good, fear enters. You want to hold it, repeat it, protect it. Either way, peace is disturbed. You are no longer present. You are managing an idea. The Stoics warned against this habit because it pulls you out of reality. Reality is neutral until judgment arrives. Events simply unfold. They do not announce their value. They do not tell you what they mean for your future. That work is done by the mind, often without your permission. Labels also freeze experience in time. Once a moment is named a failure, it stops evolving. You no longer ask what can grow from it. Once a situation is called a mistake, curiosity closes. You turn away instead of leaning in. Learning slows because judgment has already decided the outcome. Another hidden cost is emotional acceleration. Labels compress emotion. They turn subtle discomfort into suffering. Feeling tired becomes something is wrong. Feeling uncertain becomes I'm lost. A single thought multiplies into many. The nervous system reacts not to the event, but to the meaning the label carries. Most labels are borrowed from culture, from family, from past experiences. You were taught what counts as success, what counts as progress, what counts as failure. These definitions slip into your thinking quietly, and one day you find yourself suffering not because of what happened, but because it did not match a borrowed idea of how things should be. Letting go of labels does not mean living without discernment. It means slowing down the naming process. It means allowing experience to unfold before deciding what it is. This creates space, and in that space, the body relaxes. A moment that is not labeled remains open. It can teach you something unexpected. A hard day can carry insight. A delay can create room. A mistake can redirect your path. None of this is possible when the label arrives too quickly. The Stoics practiced this by separating description from judgment. They described events plainly. This happened. That was said, without adding emotional commentary. This does not remove feeling. It removes exaggeration. It keeps the mind from inflating moments beyond their size. Over time, this practice changes how life feels. You stop reacting to words in your head. You start responding to reality in front of you. The inner dialogue softens. The emotional swings become less extreme. Life feels steadier, not because it is easier, but because you are no longer fighting your own interpretations. There is also freedom in not knowing immediately what something means. You do not have to decide right away. You can let moments breathe. You can live inside questions instead of rushing to answers. This patience allows wisdom to surface naturally. As labels lose their urgency, you begin to experience moments more fully. You feel joy without clinging. You face difficulty without panic. You move through uncertainty without labeling yourself as lost. The mind becomes a witness instead of a judge. This shift does not remove all suffering, but it removes unnecessary layers. You stop hurting yourself with language. You stop turning passing experiences into permanent identities. You begin to trust that meaning does not need to be forced. And as this trust grows, another pattern becomes visible. The habit of measuring yourself against others. The quiet comparison that turns neutral moments into sources of envy or inadequacy. This is where suffering often deepens, not because of events, but because of the stories you tell when you look sideways instead of inward. As labels begin to lose their grip, attention turns outward, not to events themselves, but to the eyes watching them. the reactions of others, the silence, the approval that comes or doesn't. And slowly, another source of tension reveals itself. A quiet dependence that shapes how you feel long before you realize it. Needing validation feels natural. Humans are social. Connection matters. Being seen matters. But there is a difference between enjoying recognition and depending on it. When validation becomes a requirement, emotional freedom quietly disappears. Your inner state starts answering to external signals you cannot control. The need for validation turns everyday moments into tests. A message sent becomes a question mark. A post shared becomes a verdict. A decision made waits for confirmation. The mind scans faces, tones, responses, searching for reassurance. And when it doesn't arrive, something tightens. Doubt creeps in. Worth feels unstable. This need creates emotional vulnerability, not because others are cruel, but because you've handed them authority over how you feel. Approval becomes oxygen. Without it, anxiety rises, confidence fades. Even small disapproval can feel overwhelming, not because it is severe, but because it threatens the image you hope others hold of you. The Stoics warned against this trap. They believed that tying your peace to other people's opinions was one of the fastest ways to lose it. Opinions are unstable. They shift with mood, bias, misunderstanding, and circumstance. When you rely on them, your inner world becomes unpredictable. Needing validation also changes behavior. You begin to shape yourself to be acceptable rather than authentic. You say yes when you mean no. You soften truth to avoid discomfort. You hesitate to act until you are sure it will be approved. Slowly, your life becomes smaller, guided more by fear of disapproval than by inner direction. There is also exhaustion here. Constantly monitoring how you are perceived takes energy. You replay interactions. You analyze reactions. You wonder if you said too much or not enough. The mind stays busy long after moments end, trying to secure certainty that never fully arrives. Validation seeking also blocks growth. Growth requires risk. Risk invites criticism. When approval is essential, risk feels dangerous. You choose what is safe over what is meaningful. You avoid change not because it is wrong, but because it might not be applauded. At a deeper level, the need for validation often masks self-doubt. When you trust your own values, external approval feels pleasant, but optional. When that trust is missing, approval feels necessary. The problem is not that others don't validate you enough. It is that you haven't learned to validate yourself. Self-validation does not mean ego or arrogance. It means knowing why you do what you do. It means grounding decisions in principles instead of reactions. When actions align with values, approval loses urgency. You may still care, but you are no longer dependent. The Stoics practiced this by focusing on what was within their control. Your effort, your intention, your integrity. These are stable. They do not fluctuate with opinion. When you measure yourself by these standards, feedback becomes information, not a verdict. Letting go of validation does not mean becoming disconnected. It means shifting the center of gravity inward. You listen to others without being ruled by them. You appreciate praise without chasing it. You hear criticism without collapsing. This shift brings emotional relief. You stop bracing for reactions. You stop interpreting silence as rejection. You stop performing. Life becomes quieter, not empty, steady. As this dependence fades, confidence grows naturally. Not the loud kind, but the grounded kind, the kind that comes from self-trust. You begin to act without waiting. You speak without rehearsing for approval. You rest without needing permission. And with that freedom, relationships change too. They become more honest, less tense. You show up as you are, not as you think you should be. Connection deepens because it is no longer built on performance. As the need for validation loosens, another belief begins to surface. The belief that comfort must be preserved at all costs. That discomfort is dangerous. That peace depends on avoiding unease. This belief quietly shapes decisions and reactions, and it leads directly into the next layer of suffering, the misjudgment that discomfort itself is something to fear. As the need for validation loosens, you may notice something surprising. Life does not suddenly become painless. Difficult moments still arrive, emotions still rise, discomfort still visits. But the suffering feels different, lighter, shorter. And this is where a crucial distinction reveals itself: the difference between pain and resistance. Pain is unavoidable. It is part of being alive. Bodies feel strain. Hearts feel loss. Minds feel uncertainty. Pain shows up as sensation, emotion, or reaction. It is honest, direct. It does not ask permission. It comes, delivers its message, and waits to move on. Resistance is what happens next. Resistance is the tension you add when you decide pain should not be there. It is the inner push against what is already happening, the silent argument with reality, the thought that says, "This shouldn't feel this way," or "I can't handle this," or "This needs to stop right now." Pain is the first arrow. Resistance is the second. And most suffering comes not from the first, but from the second. When pain arises, the body reacts naturally. Muscles tighten, breath shortens, emotion surfaces. This is not a problem. It is information. But the mind often treats pain as a mistake, something to fix immediately, something to escape. And in that struggle, pain is amplified. Resistance keeps pain alive. When you resist an emotion, you keep checking if it is gone. When you resist a sensation, you tense around it. When you resist a thought, you replay it. The mind believes it is fighting pain, but it is actually feeding it attention and fear. The Stoics understood this clearly. They did not seek to eliminate pain. They sought to eliminate unnecessary struggle. They accepted that discomfort is part of life, but believed suffering grows when you demand that life be different than it is. Resistance often sounds like urgency. I need this to stop. I can't feel this. I must get out of this state. This urgency signals danger to the nervous system. The body responds by staying alert. Pain is no longer allowed to pass. It is treated as a threat that must be monitored. Acceptance is not resignation. It is not liking pain. It is simply allowing pain to be present without fighting it. When resistance drops, pain changes. It may still be uncomfortable, but it stops expanding. It becomes manageable, temporary. A helpful way to see this is to notice where tension appears. Pain usually has a location. Resistance spreads. It tightens the jaw, the shoulders, the breath. It creates a full body reaction to a single point of discomfort. When you soften resistance, the body begins to relax, even if the pain remains. This is why some people experience intense events without long-lasting suffering, while others suffer deeply from small things. The difference is not strength. It is relationship. One allows the experience, the other fights it. Resistance also creates emotional narratives. This always happens. I can't deal with this. This will never end. These thoughts are not caused by pain. They are caused by the fear of pain. When resistance is present, the mind looks for escape routes and explanations. It creates stories to justify its tension. Letting go of resistance begins with noticing it, not judging it, not forcing it away, simply seeing where you are tightening against experience. You might notice holding your breath, or bracing mentally, or trying to distract yourself aggressively. Awareness alone begins to soften the grip. Then comes a gentle shift, allowing sensation without commentary, allowing emotion without story, allowing discomfort without prediction. This does not make pain disappear instantly, but it changes its nature. Pain becomes a wave instead of a wall. There is also trust involved. Trust that pain can move through you without destroying you. Trust that you do not need to control every sensation to be safe. This trust grows with practice. Each time you allow discomfort without resistance, you teach your nervous system that you are capable. The reward is not numbness, it is resilience. You become less afraid of feeling, less reactive, less tense. Life still brings challenges, but they no longer define your inner state. As resistance fades, energy returns. You stop wasting effort fighting what is already here. You respond instead of react. You rest inside experience rather than standing against it. And with this shift, another pattern becomes visible. The habit of turning effort into self-judgment. The way the inner voice speaks when things don't go as planned. The quiet criticism that pretends to motivate, but often does the opposite. This is where suffering takes on a new form, one that sounds like your own voice. As resistance softens, the inner noise quiets enough for another habit to step into view. It does not announce itself loudly. It works in the background, almost politely. It simply asks you to look sideways, and in that glance, something inside you begins to shrink. Comparison rarely feels harmful at first. It feels informative, motivating, even practical. The mind says it is just gathering data, just observing where you stand. But what it is really doing is turning life into a ranking system where peace is always postponed. The moment you compare, the present moment loses its value. What you have becomes insufficient. Who you are becomes unfinished. No matter how far you've come, there is always someone ahead, doing more, appearing happier, moving faster. And the mind uses that image as a measuring stick against your own life. Comparison manufactures misery because it changes the question. Instead of asking, "Is this meaningful to me?" you start asking, "Is this enough compared to them?" Meaning is replaced by position. Fulfillment is replaced by status. And the goalpost keeps moving. The Stoics warned against comparison because it places your well-being in a competition you cannot win. You are comparing your inner life, your doubts, fears, effort, and fatigue to someone else's surface. You never see their full story. Only the edited version. Only the outcome, not the cost. This creates a constant sense of lack. Even success feels thin. You achieve something, but instead of resting in it, your mind immediately searches for someone who has done more. Joy becomes brief. Satisfaction feels almost irresponsible, as if you must stay dissatisfied to keep up. Comparison also distorts perception. It convinces you that everyone else is moving forward while you are standing still. It ignores timing, context, and difference. It forgets that lives unfold at different speeds, that growth is not linear, that what suits one person may harm another. There is also a quiet cruelty in comparison. You begin to speak to yourself in ways you would never speak to others. You minimize your progress. You exaggerate your shortcomings. You treat your own path as inferior simply because it does not match someone else's. Social environments intensify this habit. You are constantly exposed to highlights without seeing the struggle behind them. The mind forgets that most people are sharing results, not reality. And yet, you compare your behind the scenes to their final frame. Comparison fuels impatience. It makes you rush decisions. You chase goals that are not yours. You abandon what matters because it doesn't look impressive enough. Slowly, you drift away from your own values, guided instead by invisible competition. The Stoics believed peace comes from aligning with your nature, not outperforming others. They focused on progress, not position, on effort, not applause. When you compare less, you listen more closely to what actually matters to you. Letting go of comparison begins by noticing when it appears. It often arrives after moments of quiet, or when you feel uncertain, or when you are tired. The mind looks outward when it feels ungrounded. Awareness of this pattern weakens it. Another shift comes from redefining success. Instead of measuring life horizontally, you measure it vertically. Depth instead of distance, integrity instead of speed, growth instead of image. When success is internal, comparison loses its leverage. It also helps to remember that every path has trade-offs. What someone gains in one area, they often pay for in another. You do not see the cost, you only see the reward. Comparing without seeing the full picture is never fair, to them or to you. As comparison loosens, presence returns. You begin to experience your life instead of evaluating it. Gratitude appears naturally, not as a practice, but as a consequence of no longer measuring yourself against others. You begin to move at your own pace, to value your own progress, to trust your own timing. And with that trust, a quiet confidence forms, not because you are better than others, but because you are no longer trying to be them. This shift brings relief. The constant pressure eases. The inner race slows. You stop asking where you should be and start noticing where you are. And as that settles, another subtle habit becomes visible. The urge to assign control where there is none. The belief that if you worry enough, plan enough, or think enough, you can guarantee outcomes. This belief carries its own kind of suffering, and it quietly feeds anxiety in ways most people never question. As the need to compare fades, the mind looks for another way to explain discomfort. It no longer says, "I'm behind," but something just as heavy replaces it. A quiet judgment about the day itself, a sense that something has gone wrong, not just externally, but internally too. A bad day rarely starts as a bad day. It starts as tiredness, a delay, a missed step, a low mood that arrives without explanation. But the mind does not leave it there. It steps in and assigns meaning. It turns the day into a verdict, a failure, a sign, a reflection of who you are. This is the false moralization of bad days. The belief that how a day feels says something about your character, your discipline, your progress, or your worth. The day is no longer just unpleasant. It becomes wrong, and you become the one at fault. You wake up without energy, and the mind says you are lazy. You feel unmotivated, and the mind says you are falling behind. Nothing flows, and the mind says you are doing life incorrectly. The discomfort is no longer temporary. It becomes personal. The Stoics warned against this because it confuses states with identity. A low mood becomes a flaw. A slow day becomes a failure. But days are conditions, not judgments. Weather moves, energy shifts, bodies fluctuate, minds have seasons. None of this is moral. When you label a day as bad, resistance quietly returns. You fight the day instead of moving through it. You rush, you force productivity, you criticize yourself for not feeling different. This adds a second layer of suffering on top of the first. There is also guilt hidden here. Guilt for resting, guilt for not making progress, guilt for not being positive enough. As if you owe the world constant output, as if peace must be earned daily. This belief keeps the nervous system tense, even during rest. Bad days often carry information. They signal fatigue, overload, emotional processing, or the need to slow down. But moralization blocks listening. Instead of asking what is needed, the mind demands performance. And when performance fails, shame steps in. This is why bad days feel heavier than they need to be. You are not only experiencing difficulty, you are judging yourself for experiencing it. The mind treats discomfort as evidence of weakness instead of a natural part of being human. Letting go begins by removing the moral layer. A bad day is not a failure. It is a day with less ease, less energy, less clarity, nothing more. When you stop judging the day, you stop judging yourself. The Stoics practiced neutrality toward inner states. They did not demand consistency from emotion. They understood that the mind, like the body, has rhythms. Some days are clear, some are cloudy. Both are part of the same sky. When you allow a day to be heavy without labeling it wrong, something softens. You stop fighting your own state. You work with what is available instead of punishing yourself for what is missing. This reduces friction. Energy returns naturally when it is no longer forced. There is also freedom in lowering the standard. Not the standard of values, but the standard of constant readiness. You do not need to be sharp every day. You do not need to be inspired every day. You do not need to feel good to be worthy. A bad day does not erase progress. It does not undo growth. It does not predict the future. It is simply a snapshot of a moment. When you stop turning it into a story, it passes more quickly. Over time, this shift changes how you move through difficulty. You stop panicking when things feel off. You stop trying to fix yourself constantly. You rest without guilt. You show patience toward your own process. This does not mean you give up. It means you respond instead of react. You do what you can without demanding more than is available. You trust that clarity returns on its own timetable. As the moral weight lifts, bad days lose their sting. They become quieter, shorter, less dramatic. You stop seeing them as obstacles and start seeing them as part of the rhythm of a real life. And with that understanding, another habit begins to show itself. The habit of creating pressure through imagined timelines. The belief that you are late, behind, or running out of time. This belief quietly shapes anxiety and impatience, and it pulls suffering from a future that has not even arrived yet. As bad days lose their moral weight, attention turns to something even quieter. Not moods, not effort, but assumptions. Expectations that were never spoken, never agreed upon, yet somehow feel binding. They sit beneath interactions like invisible rules, and when they are broken, disappointment and resentment appear without warning. Expectations often feel reasonable. You expect people to understand you. You expect effort to be noticed. You expect kindness to be returned. You expect timing to work out if you've been patient enough. None of these are wrong to hope for. But when hope turns into expectation, it quietly becomes a contract you believe others have signed. The problem is, no one else knows this contract exists. When expectations remain unspoken, the mind treats them as obvious. Of course they should know. Anyone would do this. It's only fair. But what feels obvious to you may never cross another person's mind. Different experiences shape different standards, and when those standards clash, pain follows. This is why unmet expectations hurt more than clear refusals. A refusal is honest. It has edges you can see. Unmet expectations feel like betrayal because you believed there was an agreement. You feel wronged even if no promise was made. The pain comes not from what happened, but from what you assumed would happen. Silent contracts show up everywhere. In relationships, you expect appreciation without asking for it. At work, you expect recognition without stating needs. In friendships, you expect loyalty without clarifying boundaries. And when these expectations fail, resentment builds quietly, often turning into distance or anger. The Stoics warned against this because expectations hand your peace to conditions outside your control. You feel calm only if others behave according to your internal rules. When they don't, you feel tense, disappointed, or hurt. The mind frames this as injustice, even though nothing was agreed upon. Another danger is that expectations distort perception. You stop seeing what is actually happening and focus only on what is missing. Kindness that doesn't match your expectation feels invisible. Effort that comes in a different form feels insufficient. You overlook reality because it does not match the image you are holding. This habit also blocks communication. When expectations are silent, people assume others should just know. But minds cannot read minds. Silence breeds misunderstanding, and misunderstanding breeds emotional distance. Over time, relationships suffer not because of cruelty, but because of unspoken rules. Letting go of silent contracts does not mean lowering standards or accepting less than you deserve. It means separating desires from demands. You can want something deeply without assuming it must happen. You can value respect without expecting everyone to show it in the same way. A powerful shift happens when expectations are brought into awareness. When you ask yourself, "What was I expecting here?" clarity returns. You see that the pain is not caused by malice, but by mismatch. This realization softens blame and opens space for choice. Sometimes the choice is communication. Speaking needs clearly instead of hoping they will be noticed. Sometimes the choice is adjustment, letting go of an expectation that no longer serves you. Sometimes the choice is acceptance, recognizing that someone cannot meet you where you hoped they would. The Stoics practiced this by focusing on intention rather than outcome. They measured success by effort aligned with values, not by whether others responded as hoped. This kept their inner state stable, even when situations did not unfold as planned. When expectations loosen, resentment fades. You stop tallying emotional debts. You stop waiting for people to behave according to rules they never agreed to. Relationships feel lighter because they are no longer weighed down by invisible obligations. There is also relief in realism. People are inconsistent. Life is unpredictable. Timing is rarely perfect. When you accept this, disappointment loses its sharpness. You still feel emotion, but it does not harden into bitterness. Letting go of silent contracts also brings self-respect. You stop giving silently and hoping it will be returned. You choose consciously. You set boundaries clearly. You act from intention, not expectation. This prevents exhaustion and emotional burnout. Over time, you begin to notice how much tension came from waiting. Waiting for recognition, waiting for understanding, waiting for others to meet expectations they never knew existed. When that waiting ends, energy returns. You begin to engage with people as they are, not as you wish they would be. This does not mean settling. It means seeing clearly, and clarity allows better decisions. As this clarity grows, another subtle source of suffering comes into view. The habit of judging experiences by whether they were worth it. The mental calculation that assigns value after the fact and quietly decides whether time, effort, or emotion was wasted. This judgment shapes regret in ways most people never question. As expectations loosen, the mind searches for another way to evaluate what has already passed. It turns backward again, but this time not with regret alone, with calculation, with judgment. It asks a quiet but heavy question. Was it worth it? And when the answer feels unclear, a familiar sentence appears. The time was wasted. This judgment lands fast. It turns moments into losses, effort into error, experience into something that should have been avoided. And once the mind decides time was wasted, it adds a layer of sadness that did not exist while the moment was actually happening. Time is never neutral in the mind. It is always being measured. You are taught early that time must produce something. Results, progress, achievement. When it doesn't, the moment is labeled as empty. And emptiness, in a culture obsessed with output, feels like failure. The pain here does not come from the time itself. It comes from the belief that time has value only if it leads somewhere visible. If a relationship ends, the years feel wasted. If a job doesn't lead to advancement, the effort feels pointless. If rest does not lead to productivity, it feels irresponsible. This judgment ignores something essential. Time cannot be undone. But more importantly, time cannot be lived incorrectly. You can learn late. You can change direction. You can grow slowly. None of this turns lived experience into waste. It only becomes waste when the mind refuses to accept that growth does not always look efficient. The Stoics believed that every moment carries its own purpose, even if that purpose is only understanding. They did not divide life into useful and useless moments. They saw experience as training. Some lessons sharpen you. Others humble you. Both shape you. When you judge time as wasted, you erase the version of yourself who lived it. You judge past choices using present awareness. You forget that you acted based on who you were, not who you are now. This creates self-betrayal. You turn against your own history. This judgment also creates fear. Fear of choosing wrong again. Fear of resting. Fear of trying something uncertain. The mind becomes cautious, not wise. It tries to avoid wasting time, but in doing so, it avoids living fully. There is also grief hiding inside this judgment. Grief for what you hoped would happen. Grief for the imagined future that never arrived. When this grief is not acknowledged, it turns into anger toward the past. You blame time because you don't know where else to place the disappointment. Letting go begins by changing the question. Instead of asking, "Was this worth it?" you ask, "What did this give me?" Not every gift is obvious. Some experiences give clarity. Some give resilience. Some teach you what no longer fits. These are not small things. They shape direction. Time that teaches you what you don't want is not wasted. Time that shows you your limits is not wasted. Time that reveals your values through discomfort is not wasted. These moments may not feel rewarding, but they are formative. The mind resists this because it wants certainty. It wants clear outcomes. But life is not a straight line. Growth often looks messy. Detours are not mistakes. They are part of learning how to choose better next time. Another layer of suffering comes from comparison. You see others who seem to have used their time better. You assume they moved faster, smarter, cleaner. You do not see their confusion, their delays, their quiet doubts. You only see results, and you use those results to judge your own timeline. The Stoics measured life by character, not speed. They believed that time spent becoming wiser was never wasted, even if the outer world did not reward it immediately. When you adopt this view, the pressure eases. You stop racing against an imaginary clock. There is also freedom in accepting that some chapters exist only to end. Not everything is meant to last. Some paths are meant to be walked briefly so you can recognize when to turn. That recognition is not failure. It is intelligence. When you release the judgment of wasted time, memory softens. The past stops accusing you. It becomes a record, not a sentence. You can look back without flinching. You can acknowledge mistakes without turning them into identity. This shift also changes how you use time now. You stop obsessing over optimization. You allow moments to unfold without constantly evaluating their return. Presence replaces pressure. You become more engaged because you are no longer watching the clock. And with that engagement, life feels fuller. Not because every moment is productive, but because it is lived without self-attack. You trust that meaning reveals itself over time, not on demand. As this trust settles, another subtle habit begins to loosen. The habit of replaying conversations, decisions, and outcomes in the mind. The endless mental reviewing that keeps the past alive long after it has ended. This habit feeds regret and anxiety quietly, and it becomes the next place where judgment tightens its grip. As the past stops replaying itself in your mind, a new kind of quiet appears. Fewer echoes, fewer arguments with moments that are already over, and in that quiet, something else becomes clear. Many of the wounds you still carry were never forced on you. They were taken in slowly, often without noticing. An insult has no weight on its own. It is just sound, just words shaped by another person's mood, pain, ignorance, or fear. The sting begins only when the words cross a boundary and settle inside you. When you pause and look closely, you see that the hurt does not come from what was said, but from the moment you agreed with it, even a little. This agreement is rarely conscious. It happens fast. Someone criticizes you, mocks you, dismisses you, and before you can stop it, the mind checks the words against an inner belief. If the belief already exists, the insult sticks. If it doesn't, the words slide off. This is why the same insult can wound one person deeply and leave another untouched. It is not about toughness, it is about resonance. Words only hurt when they land on something you already doubt about yourself. The Stoics understood this clearly. They believed that no one can insult your character unless you allow them to define it. Another person can speak, but they cannot assign truth. Only you can do that. When you forget this, you give strangers and critics power they never earned. Insults feel powerful because they often arrive suddenly. They catch you off guard. The nervous system reacts. The body tightens. The mind scrambles to defend. In that rush, acceptance happens automatically. The words are taken as evidence instead of noise. Many people mistake this reaction for vulnerability. But vulnerability is openness. What happens here is something else. It is self-distrust. When you trust your values and your intentions, insults feel irrelevant. When that trust is shaky, insults feel confirming. There is also history involved. Past criticism leaves imprints. Voices from childhood, authority figures, old judgments that were never questioned. When someone speaks in a tone that sounds familiar, the mind reacts as if the old wound is reopening. You are no longer responding to the present person. You are responding to memory. This is why insults linger. Not because they are accurate, but because they awaken something unresolved. The mind replays them, not to suffer, but to try to understand why they hurt. Without awareness, this replay deepens the wound. Letting go begins with separating sound from meaning. You hear the words without immediately absorbing them. You notice the body's reaction without obeying it. You pause long enough to ask, "Is this true?" Not emotionally, calmly. Most insults fail this test. They are exaggerations, projections, attempts to control or diminish. When you do not rush to defend, their emptiness becomes obvious. You see that they say more about the speaker than about you. This does not mean you ignore feedback. There is a difference between insult and information. Feedback aims to clarify. Insults aim to wound. Learning to tell the difference protects you from unnecessary pain. You can listen without surrendering your self-worth. The Stoics practice this by grounding identity in action, not opinion. They judge themselves by their conduct, not by applause or criticism. When your standards come from within, insults lose their authority. They become background noise. There is also power in remembering that acceptance is a choice. You may not control what is said, but you control what stays. You do not have to fight words to release them. You simply do not take them in. Over time, this changes how you move through the world. You stop bracing for attack. You stop rehearsing defenses. Conversations feel lighter because you are not protecting a fragile self-image. You become harder to offend, not because you are numb, but because you are grounded. This grounding also brings compassion. You see insults as expressions of inner struggle. You no longer need to return them. You no longer need to win. Silence becomes enough. As this understanding settles, insults lose their grip. They pass through instead of lodging inside. The mind no longer replays them at night. The body releases tension faster. Peace returns sooner. And with this release, another pattern begins to soften. The belief that other people's actions are always about you. The habit of taking things personally, even when they were never aimed at you. This habit quietly fuels anxiety and defensiveness, and it becomes the next place where judgment tightens its hold. As insults lose their power, the mind no longer feels attacked from behind, but it still looks ahead. It scans the horizon. It tries to protect you by running forward into possibilities that have not happened yet. And without realizing it, you begin to feel the weight of futures that do not exist. Predictive thinking feels responsible, sensible, even wise. The mind tells you it is preparing, preventing pain, staying ahead. But most of the time, it is not planning. It is worrying. It is borrowing trouble from a future that has not arrived and carrying it into the present. The body does not know the difference between what is happening and what is imagined vividly enough. When the mind predicts rejection, failure, loss, or embarrassment, the nervous system responds as if it is already real. The heart tightens, the breath shortens, muscles brace, emotion arrives early. This is the emotional weight of predictive thinking. You suffer events before they happen, and often they never do. Predictive thoughts often begin with small uncertainty, a message not yet answered, a meeting not yet started, a decision not yet made. Instead of waiting, the mind fills the gap. It creates outcomes, usually negative ones, not because they are likely, but because they feel safer to anticipate than to be surprised by. The Stoics warned against this habit because it wastes inner energy. They believed anxiety comes not from events, but from judgments about what might happen. When you live in prediction, you abandon the only place where action is possible, the present. Predictive thinking also creates emotional debt. You rehearse disappointment. You practice fear. You feel sadness in advance. And when the moment finally arrives, even if it goes well, you are already exhausted. Relief replaces joy because the mind has been tense for too long. There is also loss of clarity. When the mind is busy predicting, it stops perceiving accurately. You stop listening fully. You stop responding flexibly. You act based on imagined outcomes instead of real information. This often creates the very problems you feared. Predictive thinking narrows possibility. The future becomes a single story instead of an open field. You decide what will happen before it does. And once decided, the mind looks for confirmation. It filters reality to match the prediction. Neutral signals feel threatening. Silence feels ominous. Another hidden cost is emotional distance. When you are constantly anticipating what might go wrong, you are never fully present with what is happening now. Moments pass without being lived. Conversations are half-heard. Joy is postponed until safety is guaranteed, which rarely happens. The Stoics practiced a different approach. They distinguished preparation from prediction. Preparation is grounded in action. Prediction is grounded in fear. One asks, "What is within my control right now?" The other asks, "What if everything goes wrong?" Letting go of predictive thinking does not mean becoming careless. It means refusing to live emotionally in a future that has not asked for your presence. It means bringing attention back to what is actually happening instead of what might. A simple shift changes everything. Noticing when the mind leaves the present. You may catch yourself rehearsing conversations, imagining reactions, planning defenses. The moment you notice this, you are already back. Awareness interrupts the spiral. Another shift is learning to tolerate uncertainty. Much of predictive thinking exists because uncertainty feels uncomfortable. The mind wants closure. But uncertainty is not danger. It is simply openness. When you allow not knowing, tension eases. Predictive thoughts lose power when you stop treating them as warnings. They are guesses, often poor ones. The mind is biased toward threat. It overestimates risk and underestimates your ability to respond. Remembering this restores balance. The Stoics reminded themselves daily that the future is not theirs to control, only their responses are. When you focus on response instead of outcome, anxiety softens. You trust that you will handle what comes when it comes. There is also freedom in postponing emotion. You do not need to feel fear before danger appears. You do not need to feel grief before loss occurs. You allow the present to remain what it is, instead of burdening it with imagined weight. As predictive thinking loosens, the body relaxes. The breath deepens, attention returns. Life feels slower, not because time changed, but because you are no longer racing ahead of it. You begin to live one moment at a time, not because it is a rule, but because it is lighter. You stop carrying futures on your back. You stop rehearsing pain. And as this weight lifts, another belief quietly comes into view. The belief that control equals safety. That if you think enough, plan enough, worry enough, you can prevent loss. This belief sits beneath predictive thinking and fuels it, and when it begins to soften, a deeper calm becomes possible. As the habit of living in imagined futures begins to loosen, a deeper belief finally comes into focus, one that has been quietly directing your thoughts for years. The belief that control is the same as safety. That if you can manage outcomes, anticipate problems and stay alert, you can avoid pain. This belief feels practical, responsible, but it carries a hidden cost. The need for control does not come from strength. It comes from fear. Fear of loss, fear of uncertainty, fear of being caught unprepared. The mind learns early that surprises hurt, so it tries to eliminate them. It watches closely. It plans constantly. It tightens its grip on life, hoping that vigilance will prevent suffering. At first, this seems to work. Planning helps. Structure helps. Responsibility matters. But control quietly crosses a line. It stops being a tool and becomes a demand. You are no longer using control when needed. You are seeking it everywhere.
This is where the misjudgment begins.
You start believing that if something goes wrong, it means you failed to control it properly. You take responsibility for things that were never yours to manage. Other people's reactions, timing, outcomes, chance. You replay situations asking what you could have done differently, even when nothing was actually in your power. The Stoics warned clearly against this confusion. They divided life into two simple categories: what is within your control and what is not. Your thoughts, intentions, and actions belong to you. Everything else does not. Peace comes from knowing the difference and respecting it. When you misjudge control, anxiety grows. You feel responsible for preventing every negative outcome. When life inevitably resists, frustration appears. You tighten your grip even more. The cycle continues. Control also creates rigidity. When you believe safety depends on managing everything, flexibility feels dangerous. You resist change. You resist uncertainty. You resist letting things unfold. And yet, life unfolds anyway. This creates constant tension. The body stays braced. The mind stays alert. Rest becomes difficult because letting go feels unsafe. Even in calm moments, something inside stays on guard, waiting for the next thing to manage. There is also blame hidden here. When control fails, the mind turns inward. I should have known. I should have prevented this. You treat unpredictability as a personal error. This is unfair. Life is not a system that can be fully mastered. It is a process that must be engaged with. Letting go of false control does not mean giving up responsibility. It means placing responsibility accurately. You still choose wisely. You still act with care. But you stop demanding certainty from actions that cannot provide it. A powerful shift happens when you replace control with trust, not blind trust. Trust in your ability to respond. You may not control what happens, but you can control how you meet it. This is where real strength lives. The Stoics practiced this daily. They prepared for difficulty without obsessing over it. They accepted uncertainty as part of existence. They knew that clinging to control only increases suffering when life refuses to cooperate. When you release the need to control outcomes, the body relaxes. The nervous system receives a new message. You do not need to manage everything to be safe. This message is healing. It allows breath to deepen. It allows attention to settle. You also become more present. Control pulls you into the future. Trust brings you back. You focus on the step in front of you instead of the entire staircase. Action becomes simpler. Decisions become clearer. Another benefit is emotional honesty. When you stop pretending you can control everything, you stop blaming yourself for what you couldn't prevent. Compassion replaces criticism. You treat yourself more fairly. Letting go of control also improves relationships. You stop trying to manage how others feel. You allow people to be themselves. This reduces conflict and resentment. You respond instead of directing. Over time, life feels less heavy. Not because fewer things go wrong, but because you are no longer carrying responsibility for everything that does. You accept effort without attachment. You release outcomes without bitterness. This is not passive living. It is grounded living. You show up fully where you can act, and you release what lies beyond you. This balance brings calm without weakness. As this understanding settles, another habit begins to dissolve. The habit of assuming you know why others do what they do. The reflex to assign intention, meaning, or motive without evidence. This habit quietly fuels anger and misunderstanding, and it becomes the next place where judgment tightens its grip. As the grip of control loosens, a subtle relief spreads. You are no longer trying to manage outcomes, but something else still keeps the mind busy. It leans outward. It watches people closely. It tries to explain their behavior, and before you realize it, a story is already forming. Someone doesn't reply. Someone interrupts. Someone changes their tone. And the mind fills the silence instantly. They don't care. They're disrespecting me. They're doing this on purpose. These thoughts feel natural, protective, but they are guesses wearing the clothes of certainty. Most suffering between people does not come from what they do. It comes from what you assume they meant. The mind hates ambiguity. Not knowing feels unsafe, so it creates meaning quickly. It assigns motives to behavior the way it assigns labels to events. And just like before, the story arrives faster than awareness. The problem is not that you interpret behavior. The problem is that you believe your interpretation is truth. Intentions are invisible. You cannot see them. You cannot measure them. You cannot confirm them without asking. Yet the mind treats its assumptions as facts, and once it does, emotion follows. Hurt, anger, defensiveness, withdrawal. The Stoics understood this as a major source of unnecessary suffering. They warned that people act from their own perceptions, not from a desire to harm you. When you forget this, you personalize what was never personal. Most behavior has many possible explanations. A short response could mean stress, distraction, fatigue, or preoccupation. A harsh tone could come from fear or pressure. Silence could mean nothing at all, but the mind tends to choose the explanation that hurts most, because it feels urgent. This habit often comes from past experience. If you were ignored before, silence feels threatening. If you were criticized, disagreement feels hostile. Old wounds train the mind to expect harm, even when none is intended. The danger is that once you believe a story about intention, you react to it. You withdraw. You attack. You become guarded. And this reaction changes the relationship. The other person feels it, responds to it, and the story seems confirmed. A loop is created. This is how misunderstandings grow, not from cruelty, but from unchecked assumptions. Letting go begins by slowing down the story, not stopping thought, but questioning it. Instead of asking, "Why would they do this to me?" You ask, what else could be true? This question creates space, and in that space, emotion softens. Another shift is learning to separate impact from intention. Someone's action may affect you deeply, even if no harm was meant. Acknowledging impact does not require assuming intent. You can address how something felt without accusing motive. The Stoics practiced this by withholding judgment. They reminded themselves that appearances deceive, that the mind fills gaps with imagination. When you pause before deciding what something means, you protect your peace. This practice also builds humility. You recognize that your view is partial, that you are seeing from one angle. This humility opens the door to dialogue instead of defense, questions instead of conclusions. Over time, this changes how you relate to people. You stop reacting to stories, you respond to facts. You become calmer in conversations because you are not fighting imagined threats. There is also emotional relief in not carrying suspicion everywhere. The mind rests when it no longer has to monitor intentions constantly. Trust grows, not blind trust, but reasonable trust, the kind that allows uncertainty without panic. This does not mean you ignore patterns or excuse harm. It means you gather information before assigning meaning. You respond based on reality, not assumption. This makes boundaries clearer and more effective. As stories about others soften, relationships become less charged. You feel less defensive, less hurt, less reactive. Not because people change, but because you stop adding unnecessary layers to what they do. And with this clarity, another habit begins to stand out. The constant judging of reality itself. The inner courtroom that never closes, where every moment is evaluated, criticized, or defended. This inner prosecution drains energy quietly, and it becomes the next place where letting go brings freedom. As stories about other people begin to loosen, attention turns inward, not to events, not to intentions, but to the constant voice that comments on everything, the one that never seems to sleep, the one that evaluates, compares, accuses, defends. Quietly, relentlessly, your mind becomes a courtroom. Every moment is put on trial. What you said, what you didn't say, what they did, what should have happened. Evidence is presented, motives are questioned, verdicts are delivered. Sometimes you are the prosecutor, sometimes the defense, often the accused. Rarely is there a recess. This inner courtroom feels productive. It feels like thinking, like problem solving, like being responsible. But most of the time, nothing is being solved. The mind is simply replaying, arguing, and judging reality after the fact. The cost of this is subtle but heavy. When the mind is always judging, it is never resting. Even calm moments are interrupted by analysis. Even peace is questioned. You cannot fully be present when everything must be evaluated. The Stoics warned against this inner prosecution. They believed the mind exhausts itself when it treats life like a case that must be won. Not every event needs a verdict. Not every thought needs agreement. Some things only need to be noticed and allowed to pass. The inner courtroom thrives on certainty. It wants to decide who is right, who is wrong, what it means, and what it says about you. Uncertainty feels dangerous, so judgment steps in to close the case quickly. But in doing so, it often distorts the truth. This habit creates emotional strain. When you judge constantly, you generate tension. You relive moments instead of releasing them. You carry arguments that ended hours ago. The body stays activated, even when nothing is happening. There is also self-judgment here. You review your actions harshly. You replay conversations, searching for mistakes. You question your choices, your tone, your timing. This is not reflection. Reflection leads to learning. Judgment leads to self-attack. The inner courtroom does not care about resolution. It cares about control. As long as the case is open, the mind feels involved. It believes that thinking harder will eventually produce peace. But peace does not come from more judgment. It comes from less. Letting go begins by noticing the courtroom itself. You hear the arguments, you feel the tension, you recognize the familiar loop. Awareness is the first interruption. You are no longer inside the trial, you are watching it. A simple shift helps, asking whether this judgment is useful or just habitual. Most of the time, it is habit. The mind learned long ago that analyzing everything feels safer than feeling nothing. But safety built on constant judgment is fragile. The Stoics practiced mental restraint, not by suppressing thought, but by choosing which thoughts deserved attention. They did not argue with every impression. They allowed many things to remain undecided. This gave the mind room to breathe. Another release comes from separating facts from commentary. Facts are simple. This happened. Commentary adds weight. This shouldn't have happened. When you stay with facts, emotional intensity drops. The courtroom loses material. It also helps to recognize that judgment does not prevent pain. It multiplies it. You feel the initial discomfort. Then you judge yourself for feeling it. You judge the situation. You judge the outcome. Pain turns into suffering through repetition. When you stop prosecuting reality, energy returns. The mind becomes quieter, not empty. Thought becomes clearer, not louder. You still think, you still decide, but you no longer live inside constant evaluation. This quiet allows intuition to surface. Insight appears without force. You understand situations more deeply when you are not arguing with them. Solutions come when the mind is calm enough to see clearly. There is also compassion here. When judgment softens, kindness toward yourself grows. You stop treating every misstep as evidence against you. You allow yourself to be human. This self-acceptance reduces defensiveness and shame. Over time, the inner courtroom loses authority. It still appears, but it no longer runs the day. You recognize it as noise, not truth. You do not need to silence it. You simply do not need to attend every session. As this habit loosens, life feels lighter. Moments end when they end. Thoughts pass when they pass. You stop carrying unfinished cases in your mind. And in this new space, another belief becomes visible. The belief that calm means indifference, that letting go requires emotional distance. This belief keeps many people clinging to judgment, fearing that without it, they will stop caring. But this fear itself is a misunderstanding, and it leads directly into the next layer of letting go. As the inner courtroom finally grows quieter, something simple begins to stand out. Peace did not come from solving every case. It came from stepping out of the need to judge at all. And once you notice this, a gentle question appears. Why does this feel so unfamiliar now, when it once felt natural? Think back to early life. Before explanations were automatic, before meaning was attached to everything. Children experience events directly. A sound happens, a fall occurs, a word is spoken. They react, feel, recover, and move on. Most neutral events pass through them without leaving scars. A child trips and cries, then they look around. If no one reacts strongly, the tears fade. The pain was real, but it didn't turn into a story. It didn't become proof of failure or danger. It was just sensation followed by release. This is not because children are stronger. It is because they have not yet learned to judge everything. Children do not immediately label experiences as good or bad, meaningful or meaningless. They respond to what is happening now, not to what it might say about them or the future. They do not yet carry expectations, identities, timelines, or silent contracts. Their minds are not busy defending an image. As adults, this changes slowly. We are taught to interpret, to evaluate, to assign meaning. We learn that things should be a certain way, that outcomes define worth, that mistakes say something about who we are. And once this framework is built, neutral events stop being neutral. A spilled drink becomes carelessness. A wrong answer becomes embarrassment. A quiet room becomes awkward. The event itself has not changed. The interpretation has. Children also trust recovery. They do not assume that a bad moment will last forever. They feel fully, then they return to play. Adults, on the other hand, carry moments forward. We replay them. We analyze them. We worry about what comes next. The mind stretches a moment into a narrative. The Stoics admired this quality. Not the ignorance of children, but their immediacy, their ability to meet reality without resistance. They believed wisdom was not about adding complexity, but about removing unnecessary judgment. Children are not disturbed by neutral events because they do not confuse sensation with identity. Feeling scared does not mean they are weak. Feeling sad does not mean something is wrong with them. The emotion passes because it is not fed. Adults feed emotion with interpretation. We ask why it happened, what it means, what it says about us. These questions feel responsible, but they keep the nervous system activated. The emotion stays because it is being examined, not experienced. There is also trust in children, trust in the moment, trust in support, trust that things will resolve. Adults often lose this trust. We believe we must manage everything internally, that we must understand before we can let go. But understanding does not always bring peace. Sometimes it delays it. Another difference is presence. Children are fully in what they are doing. When the moment ends, attention moves on. Adults split attention constantly. We are half in the present, half in memory or anticipation. This division keeps tension alive. Relearning this simplicity does not mean becoming childish. It means becoming clear. It means allowing events to be what they are before turning them into something else. It means letting sensation complete its cycle without interference. The Stoics practiced this by returning to basics. What happened? What is within my control? What is not? They did not add moral weight to neutral events. They conserved emotional energy for what truly mattered. You can feel this difference when you stop narrating experience, when you allow silence after something happens, when you do not rush to explain. The body relaxes, the mind softens, the moment passes more easily. This is not avoidance. It is trust in the natural movement of experience. Children trust this instinctively. Adults must relearn it deliberately. As you let go of constant judgment, you begin to recover this lost skill. You respond instead of react. You feel without amplifying. You allow moments to end. And with this return to simplicity, another habit becomes visible. The belief that happiness must be earned through effort or achievement. A belief that turns peace into a reward instead of a state. This belief quietly drives restlessness and dissatisfaction, and it shapes how you approach every day of your life. Letting go continues not by adding more rules, but by unlearning what you never needed in the first place. As the mind remembers how lightly children move through moments, another belief begins to stand out. It has been there for a long time, quietly shaping effort, rest, and self-worth. It rarely announces itself directly. It hides inside motivation, discipline, and ambition, and yet it places a heavy condition on peace. The belief is simple, but powerful. Happiness must be earned. For many people, happiness is treated like a reward, something you are allowed to feel only after you have done enough, proven enough, suffered enough. Rest feels acceptable only after productivity. Joy feels deserved only after struggle. Calm feels safe only when everything is under control. This belief keeps happiness always slightly out of reach. There is always one more task, one more goal, one more version of yourself you need to become before you are allowed to feel at ease. And when happiness does arrive, it feels fragile, temporary, almost suspicious so. The Stoics saw this clearly. They believed happiness was not a payment for effort, but a byproduct of alignment. It came from living in accordance with reason and nature, not from external achievement. When happiness is delayed until conditions are perfect, it never fully arrives. This judgment creates constant pressure. Even on good days, the mind whispers that you could be doing more. Even in rest, guilt appears. You relax, but part of you stays tense, watching the clock, measuring usefulness. The body may stop, but the mind does not. There is also fear here. Fear that if you allow happiness too soon, you will lose motivation. That peace will make you weak. That ease will lead to stagnation. So you withhold joy as a form of discipline. But this fear misunderstands human nature. Contentment does not destroy effort, it stabilizes it. When you are at peace, you act from clarity, not desperation, from choice, not pressure. Effort becomes cleaner when it is not driven by self-denial. The belief that happiness must be earned also turns life into a constant evaluation. You judge days by output. You judge yourself by results. You treat inner states as something to manage rather than something to experience. This keeps the nervous system alert, always striving, rarely settling. Children do not live this way. They do not earn joy. They feel it when it arises. They do not delay happiness until they have justified it. This is not laziness. It is trust. Trust that joy does not need permission. As adults, this trust is replaced by conditions. I'll be happy when the project is done, when the problem is solved, when the future is secure. The mind places happiness in a future that keeps moving forward, and in doing so, it misses the quiet ease available now. Letting go of this judgment does not mean abandoning goals. It means removing happiness from the bargaining table. You stop using joy as leverage against yourself. You allow peace alongside effort, not after it. The Stoics practiced this by separating external success from inner freedom. They worked hard, but they did not tie their worth to outcomes. They allowed themselves to be content even while striving, knowing that inner stability made effort sustainable. When you release the idea that happiness must be earned, rest changes. It becomes genuine. You stop resting with one eye open. You allow yourself to recover fully, without justification. This alone restores energy more effectively than forced discipline. You also begin to notice moments of quiet joy that were always there. A breath that settles. A moment of clarity. A sense of being enough as you are right now. These moments were not absent before. They were simply ignored, because they did not feel deserved. This shift also softens self-talk. You stop treating yourself like an employee who must constantly prove value. You treat yourself like a human being who deserves care regardless of output. This compassion does not reduce standards, it reduces cruelty. Over time, motivation changes shape. You still care, you still act, but the urgency eases. You are no longer chasing happiness. You are allowing it to coexist with effort. This balance feels stable instead of exhausting. The Stoics believed that peace was a practice, not a prize. It was available in each moment where judgment softened and attention returned to what is. When happiness is no longer something to earn, it becomes something to notice. And as this belief loosens, another pattern becomes visible. The habit of tying happiness to outcomes instead of values. The quiet assumption that peace depends on results. This habit subtly shapes disappointment and pride alike, and it becomes the next place where letting go restores inner freedom. As happiness stops feeling like a reward you must earn, attention turns to something even closer, something you use constantly without noticing its power, the words running quietly through your mind, the language you use to describe what you feel, what happens, and who you believe you are. Language is not just how you communicate experience, it creates experience. The moment something happens, words rush in. This is stressful. I can't handle this. This is a disaster. These phrases feel descriptive, but they are not neutral. Each word carries weight. Each label directs emotion. Before the body fully reacts, language has already shaped how the moment will be felt. The Stoics understood this deeply. They believed that the way you speak about events determines how deeply they affect you. Harsh language sharpens pain. Soft language reduces it, not by denial, but by accuracy. When you say, "I'm overwhelmed," the body responds with tension. When you say, "This is uncomfortable," the body stays more open. The event may be the same, but the experience is not. One word turns sensation into crisis. Another keeps it manageable. Language also turns feelings into identities. I feel anxious becomes I am anxious. I'm sad today becomes I am broken. These shifts seem small, but they matter. When emotion becomes identity, it feels permanent. When it remains a state, it can pass. The mind often uses dramatic language without questioning it. Always. Never. Ruined. Impossible. These words close doors. They turn moments into conclusions. They remove flexibility. And once spoken, the body believes them. This is why emotional pain escalates quickly. The nervous system reacts not only to what is happening, but to how it is being narrated. If the inner voice treats something as a threat, the body prepares for danger. If the voice treats it as a challenge, the body stays engaged but calm. Language also shapes memory. The way you describe an experience determines how it is stored. If you label a past event as traumatic, it stays sharp. If you describe it as difficult but survivable, it softens. Memory is not fixed. It is rewritten through language each time it is recalled. This does not mean pretending things are fine when they are not. It means choosing words that reflect reality without exaggeration. The Stoics practiced this by stripping language down to facts. I lost my job, not my life is over. They disagreed with me, not I was humiliated. Neutral language creates emotional space. It allows feeling without amplification. It lets experience move instead of solidifying. Language also affects how long emotions last. When you repeat a story using charged words, you keep the emotion active. The body hears the story again and responds again. This is why talking about something in the same way over and over can keep pain alive. Changing language does not suppress emotion. It changes its intensity. It shortens its duration. It allows recovery. Another hidden effect is how language shapes expectation. If you constantly describe life as exhausting, unfair, or overwhelming, the mind prepares for struggle. It meets the day already braced. If you describe life as uncertain but manageable, the mind stays flexible. This also applies to how you speak to yourself. The inner voice often mirrors voices you heard earlier in life. Critical, demanding, impatient. These voices may feel familiar, but familiarity does not make them true. The Stoics believed that you should speak to yourself as a calm teacher, not a harsh judge. Guidance leads to growth. Judgment leads to fear. Fear tightens the mind. Calm opens it. There is power in simple rephrasing. This is hard instead of I can't do this. I'm learning instead of I failed. This hurts instead of something is wrong with me. These shifts do not deny difficulty. They prevent unnecessary suffering. Over time, careful language changes emotional habits. You react less dramatically. You recover faster. You stop turning passing discomfort into lasting distress. The mind becomes clearer because it is no longer inflamed by its own words. This clarity also improves relationships. When you speak without accusation, others feel safer. When you describe impact instead of intent, conversations soften. Language becomes a bridge instead of a weapon. You begin to notice that peace often arrives not when circumstances change, but when the story does. Not because the story is fake, but because it becomes accurate. As you grow more aware of language, you also notice silence. Moments where words are not needed, where sensation can exist without explanation. These moments are restful. They remind you that not everything must be narrated. And as language loses its grip on emotion, another habit becomes visible. The habit of treating emotions as commands rather than signals. The belief that because you feel something strongly, you must act on it. This belief pulls people into choices they later regret, and it becomes the next place where letting go restores clarity. As language softens and the inner voice becomes less dramatic, reactions begin to slow. You start to notice something important. Strong reactions often arrive with urgency, volume, and certainty. They feel justified, necessary, almost automatic. But when you look beneath them, something quieter is almost always there. Fear. Overreaction is rarely about the situation in front of you. It is about what the situation threatens inside you. A fear of being dismissed, a fear of losing control, a fear of being exposed, abandoned, or made small. The reaction looks like anger, defensiveness, or panic, but its fuel is fear. Fear does not like to announce itself directly. It feels vulnerable, so it disguises itself as intensity. It raises its voice. It demands immediate action. It pushes you to respond before you can reflect. Overreaction is fear trying to regain safety as fast as possible. This is why overreactions feel so compelling. They carry energy, momentum. The body surges with adrenaline. The mind narrows. Everything feels urgent. In that state, calm feels dangerous. Pausing feels like losing ground. But when you pause just long enough, you see the truth. The reaction is not protecting you from the present moment. It is protecting you from a memory, a belief, or a prediction. Something inside has decided that this moment is unsafe, even if nothing real is happening. A raised voice may trigger fear of conflict. A delayed response may trigger fear of rejection. A mistake may trigger fear of inadequacy. The overreaction is an attempt to control that fear before it can hurt you. The Stoics understood that strong emotions often arise from false impressions. The mind sees a threat where there is none, or exaggerates one that exists. When you act immediately on that impression, you lock yourself into reaction instead of response. Overreaction also short-circuits wisdom. It bypasses reflection. You speak before listening. You act before understanding. And once the reaction is out, it often creates the very outcome you feared. Conflict escalates. Distance grows. Regret follows. Another cost of overreaction is self-trust. When you react strongly and later realize it wasn't necessary, you begin to doubt yourself. You feel embarrassed, ashamed. You promise to do better next time, but without understanding the fear underneath, the pattern repeats. Fear thrives on speed. It wants action now. Slowing down is the most effective way to disarm it. Not suppressing it, not arguing with it, simply slowing the process. When you feel the urge to overreact, something inside you believes there is no time. This is the moment to breathe. The breath tells the nervous system that danger is not immediate. It creates just enough space for choice to return. Fear also shrinks perspective. It focuses on one outcome and treats it as certain. Overreaction feels logical because the mind is convinced the worst is about to happen. When you widen perspective, fear loses its grip. A helpful question appears here. What am I afraid of right now? Not, what are they doing wrong? But, what do I think this means for me? This question turns attention inward, where the real issue lives. Often, the fear is not new. It is familiar, old, learned long ago. Overreaction is the nervous system replaying an old strategy that once worked, even if it no longer fits. Letting go does not mean never reacting. It means recognizing when reaction is driven by fear instead of clarity. It means choosing to respond when the body has settled enough to think. The Stoics practiced this by delaying judgment. They did not trust the first impression. They allowed time for reason to enter. This delay was not weakness, it was strength. When fear is acknowledged instead of acted out, it softens. Fear wants to be seen, not obeyed. The moment you notice it without feeding it, its urgency fades. Over time, this practice changes your emotional life. You react less dramatically. You recover faster. You feel less regret. You trust yourself more because your actions align with your values, not your impulses. You also become less afraid of emotion itself. You learn that fear can rise without taking over. That intensity does not require action. That feelings can exist without commanding behavior. This brings a quiet confidence. You know you can handle discomfort without exploding or collapsing. You stop fearing your own reactions because you are no longer ruled by them. And as overreaction loses its power, another belief begins to loosen. The belief that being calm means being indifferent. That emotional control requires emotional distance. This belief keeps many people stuck between chaos and numbness. But calm is not the absence of feeling. It is the absence of fear-driven reaction. And understanding that opens the door to a deeper, steadier way of living. As reactions slow and fear is no longer driving every response, the mind looks for another rule to rely on. Something that feels solid, something that promises balance, and quietly, almost innocently, a familiar word takes center stage. Fairness. Few ideas feel as reasonable as fairness. It sounds moral, protective, necessary. It feels like the foundation of how things should work. If you are kind, you should be treated kindly. If you work hard, you should be rewarded. If you give, you should receive. And when this doesn't happen, something inside tightens. The emotional trap of fairness is not the desire for justice. It is the belief that life owes you symmetry. This belief forms early. You are taught rules, consequences, balance. Do this, get that. Follow the rules and things will work out. This helps children learn structure. But when this framework is carried into adult life unchanged, it becomes a source of quiet suffering. Life does not operate on personal fairness. It operates on complexity, chance, timing, and forces far beyond individual effort. When the mind expects fairness and reality delivers randomness, disappointment quickly turns into resentment. The pain here doesn't come from what happened. It comes from the protest inside you that says, "This isn't fair." That sentence carries judgment. It implies that reality made a mistake, that something has gone wrong in the moral order of the world. And once the mind believes this, tension appears, anger appears, a sense of being wronged appears. The Stoics warned strongly against this belief. They understood that fairness is a human concept, not a natural law. Expecting life to be fair is like expecting the weather to follow your plans. When it doesn't, frustration is inevitable. The trap deepens because fairness feels like self-respect. Letting go of it feels like accepting mistreatment. But there is an important difference between accepting reality and accepting abuse. You can acknowledge that life is unfair and still protect your boundaries. You can stop arguing with reality without surrendering your values. Fairness thinking also personalizes events. You don't just think something bad happened, you think it happened to you. You compare your effort to the outcome and feel cheated. This comparison feeds bitterness and drains energy. Another hidden cost is fixation. When something feels unfair, the mind cannot let it go. It replays the event. It builds arguments. It searches for validation. It wants acknowledgement that you were wronged. This keeps the nervous system activated long after the event has passed. Fairness thinking also blocks adaptation. When you focus on how things should have been, you delay responding to how things are. Energy is spent on protest instead of adjustment. Life moves forward while the mind stays stuck. The Stoics chose a different question. Not, "Is this fair?" but, "What is required of me now?" This shift is powerful. It removes moral drama and returns focus to action. You stop waiting for balance and start working with reality. Letting go of fairness does not mean becoming cold or passive. It means releasing the expectation that life must justify itself to you. When you drop this expectation, something softens. The emotional charge lessens. Clarity returns. You begin to see that unfairness is not a verdict on your worth. It is a condition of existence. Some people receive more, some receive less. Some effort pays off, some doesn't. This is not a reflection of value, it is a reflection of complexity. There is also freedom here. When you stop expecting fairness, you stop feeling betrayed by life. You are no longer shocked when things don't balance. You conserve emotional energy for what you can actually influence. This shift also reduces anger toward others. You stop measuring their outcomes against yours. You stop assuming intention behind imbalance. You see that everyone is navigating forces they did not choose. As fairness loses its grip, resilience grows. You respond instead of resent. You adapt instead of protest. You move forward without needing the past to be corrected first. You also become more compassionate with yourself. You stop blaming yourself for outcomes that were never fully in your control. You acknowledge effort without demanding reward. This does not make life easier. It makes it lighter. You stop carrying an invisible scale everywhere, weighing moments, interactions, and outcomes. You stop demanding symmetry from a world that does not promise it. And as this demand fades, another pattern quietly becomes visible. The habit of filling silence with assumption. The discomfort that arises when nothing is explained, clarified, or resolved. This discomfort fuels insecurity and unnecessary worry. Learning to sit with what is unsaid becomes the next step in letting go. As the need for fairness loosens, the mind no longer argues as loudly with what happened. But when nothing happens at all, something else stirs. No words, no response, no explanation. And in that quiet space, tension begins to grow. Silence rarely feels empty. It feels full of meaning. A message goes unanswered. A room grows quiet. A conversation ends without clarity. And almost instantly, the mind steps in to explain the silence. It does not wait. It fills the gap with stories, usually painful ones. Silence becomes rejection, distance, disapproval, loss of interest. Something must be wrong, the mind says, because nothing is happening. And the longer the silence lasts, the louder the interpretation becomes. This reaction does not come from logic. It comes from discomfort with uncertainty. Silence offers no information, and the mind dislikes not knowing. It prefers a negative explanation to no explanation at all. At least pain feels familiar. At least it gives shape to the unknown. The Stoics understood that silence itself is neutral. It carries no intent, no message, no judgment. Meaning only appears when the mind assigns it. And when the mind is already conditioned to expect threat or loss, silence becomes the perfect canvas for fear. Much of this habit is learned. Past experiences teach the mind what silence meant before. Being ignored, being abandoned, being punished. When the present offers quiet, the past speaks up. The mind assumes the same ending is coming again. This is why silence can feel so heavy. You are not responding to what is happening now. You are responding to memory. Silence also removes control. When someone speaks, you can respond. When they explain, you can adjust. But silence offers no handle, no direction, no feedback. This lack of control makes the nervous system uneasy. The mind compensates by creating certainty, even if that certainty hurts. Another layer of suffering comes from personalization. The mind assumes silence is about you, your worth, your behavior, your importance. It rarely considers other explanations: distraction, fatigue, overwhelm, preoccupation. Silence becomes a mirror for self-doubt. This misinterpretation creates unnecessary pain. You tense, you worry, you rehearse messages you might send. You replay conversations. You search for what you did wrong, all while nothing has actually been said. The Stoics practiced restraint in moments like this. They withheld judgment until evidence appeared. They reminded themselves that absence of information is not information. Not knowing is not the same as knowing something bad. Letting go begins by noticing the urge to explain silence. The moment you catch the mind telling a story, you pause. You do not need to replace it with a positive story. You simply stop feeding the negative one. A powerful shift happens when you allow silence to remain undefined. You resist the urge to label it. You let the space exist without filling it. This feels uncomfortable at first, but discomfort is not danger. It is just unfamiliar. Silence can mean many things, or nothing at all. When you allow that range of possibility, the emotional charge softens. The body relaxes because it is no longer bracing for a specific threat. Another helpful shift is returning attention to what is actually present, not what is missing. You feel the chair. You notice your breath. You ground yourself in what you can sense. This anchors you in reality instead of imagination. Silence also offers something valuable when you stop fearing it. It reveals how quickly the mind rushes to self-judgment. It shows you where reassurance is being outsourced. It becomes a teacher rather than a threat. Over time, as you stop reacting to silence, it loses its power. You no longer feel the need to chase responses. You stop interpreting gaps as failures. You trust that clarity arrives when it arrives. This does not mean you never seek communication. It means you stop punishing yourself in the meantime. You allow others their pace without turning it into a verdict on your worth. The Stoics believed that inner stability comes from not needing constant confirmation. When silence no longer shakes you, confidence grows quietly. You feel less dependent on immediate feedback. You stand more firmly in yourself. Silence becomes spacious instead of suffocating. It becomes a pause, not a problem. A gap, not a judgment. And as this relationship with silence changes, another habit begins to loosen. The belief that closure is required for peace. The idea that every story must be resolved before you can move on. This belief keeps many people emotionally stuck, waiting for endings that never come. Learning to let go without closure becomes the next step toward freedom. As silence stops feeling like a threat, another expectation quietly comes into view. The belief that peace requires an ending. That understanding must arrive before letting go is allowed. That once everything is explained, resolved and tied together, rest will finally come. This belief has a name we rarely question: closure. Closure feels reasonable. It sounds mature, healthy, necessary. The mind says, once I understand why this happened, once they explain, once I get an apology, once I know the truth, then I can move on. And so you wait. But what if that moment never comes? Most closure exists only in imagination. It is a picture of a conversation that goes perfectly, an answer that satisfies every question, a reason that removes all pain. Real life rarely offers this. People leave without explaining. Situations end abruptly. Words are never said. Questions remain open. And yet, the mind treats closure as a requirement for healing. This is where suffering lingers. You are not stuck because of what happened. You are stuck because you are waiting for a mental condition that may never be met. You are holding your peace hostage to an outcome you do not control. The Stoics understood this deeply. They did not seek closure from events or people. They sought clarity within themselves. They knew that waiting for the world to resolve your emotions keeps you dependent on the unpredictable. Closure feels comforting because it promises certainty. It promises a final story. a reason that makes sense of the pain. But pain does not always come with meaning neatly attached. Sometimes the truth is simple and unsatisfying. Things ended because they did. The mind resists this because simplicity feels empty. It wants drama, explanation, justification. It wants the pain to have a cause that can be pointed to and boxed away. But often, pain fades not when it is explained, but when it is allowed. Closure also assumes that understanding erases emotion. It doesn't. You can understand everything and still feel loss, still feel sadness, still feel disappointment. Waiting for closure delays healing because it treats emotion as a problem to solve instead of an experience to move through. Another hidden problem is that closure keeps you tied to the past. You replay events searching for the missing piece. You revisit conversations. You imagine alternate endings. This keeps the nervous system activated. The story stays alive because you are still working on it. The mind says it is seeking peace, but what it is really doing is maintaining connection. Letting go without closure feels risky at first. It feels like giving up control, like accepting something incomplete. But incompleteness is part of life. Not every chapter ends with clarity. Some end with silence. Some end mid-sentence. The Stoics practiced acceptance of this uncertainty. They focused on what was finished externally, even if it felt unfinished internally. When something ended, they allowed it to be over in action, even if the mind still had questions. This is where freedom begins. Closure is not something others give you. It is something you choose. It is the decision to stop requiring the past to explain itself before you move forward. It is the decision to say, this is enough information to continue living. You do not need every answer to release emotional weight. You do not need agreement to find peace. You do not need the story to make sense to stop carrying it. Another shift happens when you realize that seeking closure is often seeking relief from discomfort. But discomfort is not dangerous. It is temporary. When you allow discomfort without demanding resolution, it passes more naturally. This does not mean suppressing emotion. It means allowing emotion to exist without attaching it to a narrative that must be completed. You feel what you feel without asking it to justify itself. Over time, the urge for closure weakens. You stop revisiting old doors. You stop checking whether something feels finished enough. You allow life to move forward with unanswered questions in the background. This creates space. Energy that was spent searching returns to the present. You become more available to what is happening now instead of what should have happened then. There is also dignity in this release. You stop begging the past for permission to be at peace. You reclaim that authority for yourself. The Stoics believed that tranquility comes from accepting the limits of understanding. Not everything is meant to be resolved intellectually. Some things are meant to be released emotionally. As you practice letting go without closure, something surprising happens. The story loses its grip, not because it was explained, but because it no longer needs to be. And in this new space, another pattern quietly emerges. The discomfort with not knowing. The urge to eliminate uncertainty at all costs. This urge drives anxiety more than almost anything else. Learning to live with uncertainty, not as a problem, but as a condition, becomes the next step in letting go. As the need for closure loosens, something deeper begins to show itself. Not a single thought, but a constant pressure beneath many thoughts. A quiet demand the mind makes again and again. The demand to know, to be sure, to feel settled before moving forward. This is the emotional tax of needing certainty. Certainty feels safe. It feels like solid ground. When you know what something means, where it's going, and how it will end, the body relaxes. The problem is that life rarely offers this kind of clarity, and when the mind insists on certainty anyway, tension becomes permanent. Needing certainty turns waiting into suffering. You don't just wait for answers, you ache for them. You don't just face unknowns, you fight them. The mind keeps asking the same questions, not to learn, but to quiet fear. And because fear is not satisfied by information alone, the questions never stop. The Stoics understood that uncertainty is not a flaw in life. It is a feature of it. Trying to eliminate it is like trying to stop the ocean from moving. The effort itself creates exhaustion. When you need certainty, every unclear situation becomes stressful. Silence feels threatening. Ambiguity feels unbearable. You replay scenarios, search for signs, analyze tone, and predict outcomes. The mind works overtime trying to create stability where none exists. This constant mental effort drains energy. You feel tired, not because you did too much, but because you thought too much. The nervous system stays activated, scanning for resolution that never fully arrives. Needing certainty also narrows perception. When you are focused on knowing, you stop experiencing. You miss what is actually happening because you are busy asking what it means. Life becomes a puzzle instead of a process. There is also fear of making the wrong move. Without certainty, action feels risky. You hesitate. You delay decisions. You wait for perfect clarity that never comes. And in waiting, opportunities pass quietly. The mind believes certainty will protect you from regret. But in reality, certainty is an illusion. Even the clearest decisions can lead to unexpected outcomes. Even the most careful plans can unravel. The Stoics accepted this not as pessimism, but as realism. Letting go of the need for certainty does not mean acting blindly. It means acting without guarantees. It means accepting that clarity often comes after movement, not before it. A powerful shift happens when you replace the question, "What will happen?" with "What is required of me right now?" This grounds you in action instead of speculation. It returns attention to what you can influence instead of what you cannot. The emotional tax of certainty also shows up in relationships. You want to know where you stand, how someone feels, what they intend. When answers are unclear, anxiety grows. You look for reassurance. You read between lines. You imagine outcomes. All of this creates strain where patience would have brought calm. The Stoics practiced trust instead of certainty. Trust in their values. Trust in their ability to respond. Trust that they could handle what came next, even if they didn't know what it would be. This trust changes the nervous system. When you no longer demand certainty, the body stops bracing. The breath deepens. Thoughts slow. You feel more present because you are no longer racing ahead of reality. Uncertainty becomes tolerable when you stop treating it as danger. It becomes space instead of threat, possibility instead of problem. There is also humility here. Accepting uncertainty means accepting that you do not need to understand everything to live well. You release the pressure to control outcomes through thought alone. You allow life to reveal itself in time. As you practice this, anxiety softens, not because everything becomes clear, but because you stop requiring clarity to feel okay. You learn to stand on unstable ground without panicking. This does not remove fear completely. It changes your relationship to it. Fear becomes a signal, not a command, a feeling, not a verdict. Over time, you notice something unexpected. Moments of uncertainty no longer steal your peace. You can sit with not knowing. You can wait without spiraling. You can move forward without all the answers. This is freedom most people never experience. Not freedom from risk, but freedom from constant mental strain. And as the need for certainty loosens, another subtle habit becomes visible. The tendency to treat change itself as a threat. The belief that stability must be preserved at all costs. This belief fuels resistance and fear whenever life shifts. Understanding how judgment turns change into danger becomes the next step in learning how to let go. As the grip on certainty loosens, life begins to feel more fluid. But just as you start to move with that flow, another reflex appears. A tightening, a hesitation, not because something is wrong, but because something is changing. Change itself is neutral. It has no intention, no agenda. It is simply movement. Yet, the moment change arrives, the mind often reacts as if a threat has entered the room. This reaction does not come from change. It comes from judgment. The mind looks at change and quickly decides what it means. Loss, instability, risk, failure. Even before anything has unfolded, the conclusion is already drawn. And once that judgment lands, fear follows. The Stoics understood that change becomes frightening only when it is interpreted as danger. When you judge change as something that must be resisted, controlled, or avoided, the body prepares for impact. Muscles tighten, thoughts race, emotion surges. The nervous system responds as if survival is at stake. But change is not the enemy. The judgment of change is. Much of this fear comes from attachment. You grow attached to routines, identities, relationships, roles, and expectations. They feel familiar, predictable, safe. When change threatens these structures, the mind assumes safety is being taken away. This is why even positive change can feel uncomfortable. A new opportunity brings anxiety. Growth brings fear. Improvement brings doubt. The mind focuses not on what is opening, but on what might be lost. Judgment exaggerates the cost of change. It highlights uncertainty and ignores adaptability. It assumes you will not cope. It forgets every change you have already survived. This forgetting makes the present shift feel overwhelming. The Stoics practiced remembering impermanence, not as a gloomy thought, but as a stabilizing one. They knew that everything changes by nature. Fighting this truth only creates suffering. Accepting it brings flexibility. When you judge change as threat, resistance appears. You cling, you delay, you avoid. You try to preserve what is already fading. This resistance drains energy and often prolongs discomfort. What could have been a smooth transition becomes a struggle. Judgment also narrows vision. You focus on one possible outcome, usually the worst. You miss opportunities hidden inside the change. You stop seeing options because fear has already decided the story. Letting go begins by noticing the judgment itself. You feel fear and assume change is dangerous, but fear is not proof. It is a response to interpretation. When you question that interpretation, fear loosens. Another shift comes from reframing change as information instead of invasion. Something is shifting. Something is evolving. This does not require panic. It requires attention. The Stoics focused on adaptability rather than stability. They trusted their ability to respond rather than their ability to preserve conditions. This trust turns change into movement instead of threat. When you stop judging change as bad, curiosity replaces fear. You ask what this moment is asking of you. You listen instead of resisting. You respond instead of bracing. This does not mean liking every change. It means not adding fear to what is already uncertain. It means allowing discomfort without turning it into catastrophe. Over time, you become more resilient. Not because life stops changing, but because you stop meeting change with judgment. You flow where you once froze. This shift brings confidence. You know that even if things change, you remain. Your values remain. Your capacity remains. You are not as fragile as judgment suggests. As this understanding settles, another belief begins to loosen. The belief that strength means suppression, that emotions must be controlled by force. This belief creates inner conflict and prolongs suffering. Learning why resistance to emotion intensifies it becomes the next step toward true calm. As change stops feeling like an enemy, attention turns inward again, not to events, not to others, but to the voice that rises the fastest when things feel uncertain, the one that comments on your performance, your choices, your timing, the voice that sounds like truth but feels like pressure. The inner critic rarely introduces itself as an enemy. It claims to be helpful. It says it is keeping standards high, preventing mistakes, pushing you to improve. But when you listen closely, its tone is rarely supportive. It is sharp, absolute, unforgiving.
This voice acts like a judge who never leaves the bench.
It watches everything you do and waits for error. When something goes wrong, it delivers a verdict instantly. Too slow, not enough. You should have known better. You failed again. These judgments feel final, even when the situation is still unfolding. The problem is not self-reflection. Reflection helps you learn. The problem is condemnation. Condemnation shuts learning down. It turns growth into threat. The Stoics understood this distinction clearly. They believed reason should guide improvement, not punishment. A calm assessment leads to adjustment. Harsh judgment leads to fear. And fear does not create wisdom. It creates avoidance. The inner critic is faulty because it confuses motivation with attack. It believes shame will force change. Sometimes it did work in the past. Maybe criticism once kept you safe. Maybe it helped you avoid mistakes when approval mattered. But what once protected you now restricts you. This judge does not see the full picture. It ignores context. Fatigue, pressure, uncertainty. It evaluates outcomes without considering conditions. It expects perfect clarity in moments where none existed. It also speaks in extremes. Always. Never. Everyone else can. You can't. This language is not accurate. It is emotional. It reflects fear of inadequacy more than reality. The inner critic also keeps you small. When every move is judged harshly, risk feels dangerous. You hesitate. You overthink. You wait for certainty that never arrives. Growth slows not because you lack ability, but because the cost of failure feels too high. This voice is especially loud after mistakes. Instead of asking what went wrong, it asks what is wrong with you. This shift is subtle but damaging. You move from problem-solving to self-blame. And self-blame does not improve performance. It drains confidence. The Stoics practiced self-command, not self-cruelty. They corrected themselves without insult. They believed dignity mattered even in failure. When you treat yourself with respect, you stay open. When you attack yourself, you close. Letting go of the inner critic does not mean losing standards. It means changing the tone of evaluation. You still notice errors. You still learn. but you do so without turning mistakes into identity. A powerful shift begins when you hear the critic and recognize it as a voice, not a verdict. You do not argue with it. You do not obey it. You observe it. This distance weakens its authority. Another shift comes from replacing judgment with curiosity. Instead of, "Why am I like this?" you ask, "What made this difficult?" This keeps attention on conditions rather than character. Learning resumes. The inner critic also thrives on comparison. It measures you against imagined ideals and highlights the gap. When you stop comparing, its fuel diminishes. Progress becomes personal instead of competitive. There is also compassion here. Often the critic is trying to protect you from rejection, failure, or disappointment. It believes harshness will keep you sharp. When you acknowledge this fear without letting it rule, the voice softens. Over time, you begin to develop a different inner presence, one that notices mistakes without panic, one that adjusts without shaming, one that speaks firmly but kindly. This presence builds resilience instead of fear. You begin to trust yourself more, not because you are perfect, but because you know you can recover, you can learn, you can adapt. The need for constant self-surveillance fades. As the faulty judge loses influence, the mind becomes quieter. Decisions feel cleaner. Action feels lighter. You stop carrying an internal trial into every situation. And with this quiet comes a new clarity. The realization that being right is not as important as being at peace. That clinging to correctness often costs more than it gives. This prepares the ground for the next layer of letting go, the hidden pain of needing to be right, and why releasing that need restores calm far more effectively than winning any argument ever could. As the inner critic softens, a different tension becomes visible. It is quieter, more subtle, and often praised instead of questioned. It does not sound cruel. It sounds confident, certain, convincing, and yet it creates its own kind of suffering. The need to be right. Being right feels good at first. It brings relief, validation, a sense of order. When you are right, the world makes sense again. You feel grounded. But when being right becomes important, peace quietly slips away. The pain does not come from knowing something. It comes from defending it. The moment you attach your identity to being right, every disagreement becomes a threat. A different opinion feels like an attack. A correction feels like humiliation. The mind tightens, not to understand, but to protect a position. The Stoics warned against this trap because truth does not require defense. Only ego does. When you need to be right, listening becomes difficult. You hear words only to respond, not to understand. You wait for your turn to speak. You search for flaws. The conversation becomes a battlefield, not an exchange. This creates tension in the body. The jaw tightens. The breath shortens. The nervous system enters a subtle fight mode. Even if you win the argument, the body does not relax. It stays alert. Victory brings no peace. Being right also keeps conflicts alive. You replay conversations long after they end, refining arguments, strengthening points, imagining better responses. The mind keeps returning to the case because it believes resolution equals agreement. But agreement is not resolution. It is alignment of views. Peace comes from alignment within. The need to be right often hides fear. Fear of being wrong, fear of losing status, fear of appearing foolish or weak. Being right becomes armor. Without it, you fear exposure. This fear narrows perception, You become less curious, less flexible, less open to learning. New information feels threatening instead of helpful. Growth slows because admitting uncertainty feels unsafe. The Stoics valued wisdom over correctness. Wisdom adapts, it listens, it changes when needed. Correctness clings, it resists, it hardens. One leads to peace, the other leads to struggle. There is also loneliness here. When being right matters more than connection, relationships suffer. People feel unheard. Conversations lose warmth. Even when you are correct, you feel distant. The cost of winning is intimacy. Another hidden pain is exhaustion. Constantly defending beliefs is tiring. The mind stays vigilant, scanning for challenges. Rest becomes difficult because certainty must be maintained. You carry invisible tension everywhere. Letting go begins by noticing the urge to prove, the urge to correct, the urge to have the last word. You do not suppress it, you simply recognize it. Awareness loosens its grip. A powerful shift comes when you ask, what matters more here, being right or being at peace? This question changes posture. You relax. You listen differently. You allow space for difference without collapsing. This does not mean abandoning truth. It means releasing attachment to outcome. You can state your view without forcing acceptance. You can disagree without hostility. You can be confident without being rigid. The Stoics practiced humility of mind. They knew that no single perspective captures the whole. They held beliefs lightly, ready to adjust when reason demanded. This flexibility was not weakness, it was strength. When you stop needing to be right, conversations soften. You feel less tense. You become more open. Learning resumes because curiosity replaces defense. You also free yourself from endless mental replay. The mind no longer needs to rehearse arguments. Silence feels safe. You stop carrying unfinished debates in your head. There is relief in admitting, I might be wrong. Not because you enjoy uncertainty, but because you no longer have to protect an image of infallibility. You are allowed to be human, to learn, to change. Over time, this creates inner calm. You no longer feel pulled into every disagreement. You choose when to engage and when to let go. Energy is conserved. You also discover that peace does not come from convincing others. It comes from releasing the need to. The moment you stop demanding agreement, tension dissolves. Being right is momentary. Being at peace is lasting. And as this attachment loosens, another belief begins to soften. The belief that emotions must be acted on. That feeling something strongly requires expression or action. This belief quietly fuels regret and conflict. Understanding why emotions do not require obedience becomes the next step toward inner freedom. As the need to be right releases its grip, a deeper quiet appears. Fewer arguments, less inner tension. But in that quiet, something else begins to surface. Feelings rise as they always do. Anger, sadness, excitement, fear. And almost immediately, another belief steps in to guide what happens next. The belief that emotions must be acted on. This belief feels natural, even honest. If you feel angry, you should express it. If you feel hurt, you should confront it. If you feel excited, you should follow it. The mind treats emotion like instruction, like a command that must be obeyed to remain authentic. But emotions are not orders, they are signals. Emotions arise from impressions, interpretations, memories, and bodily states. They inform you that something has been registered by your system, that something matters. but they do not tell you what to do. When emotion is mistaken for direction, suffering follows. The Stoics were very clear on this point. They believed emotions arrive automatically, but action should be chosen deliberately. Feeling is not failure. Losing agency is. When you believe emotions must be acted on, urgency appears. You feel pressure to respond immediately, to speak now, to decide now, to move now. This urgency bypasses wisdom. It pulls you into actions you often regret once the intensity fades. This is why people say things they don't mean, make decisions they later question, burn bridges they wish they had protected. The emotion passes, but the consequences remain. Emotions rise like weather. They intensify, they peak, they fade. Action, however, creates permanence. When you act from emotion without pause, you turn a temporary state into a lasting outcome. The belief that emotions must be acted on also removes choice. You stop asking what response aligns with your values. You simply react. The moment feels in control instead of you. This belief is reinforced by culture. You are told to follow your feelings, to trust your gut, to let it out. While expression can be healthy, unfiltered reaction is not the same as honest expression. One is conscious, the other is impulsive. There is also fear behind this belief. Fear that if you don't act on emotion, it will grow stronger, that it will get stuck, that it will consume you. But emotions do not need action to move. They need space. When you allow an emotion without feeding it behavior, it often dissolves on its own. The body completes the cycle. The nervous system recalibrates. No damage is done. The Stoics practiced this by inserting a pause, not suppression, not denial. A pause long enough for reason to join the conversation. They believed that the space between feeling and action is where freedom lives. Another hidden cost of acting on emotion is identity reinforcement. When you act in anger, you see yourself as angry. When you act in fear, you see yourself as fearful. Behavior shapes self-image. The more you act out emotion, the more permanent it feels. When you allow emotion without acting, you learn something important. You learn that feelings are survivable, that intensity does not require reaction, that you are bigger than what you feel in the moment. This builds trust in yourself. You no longer fear strong emotions because you know they don't control you. You can feel deeply without losing direction. Letting go begins by noticing the urge to act, noticing the tightness, the impulse, the story that says, "I have to do something." Awareness alone creates distance. Then comes a simple shift. You remind yourself, this is a feeling, not a command. You breathe. You let the sensation rise and fall. You give yourself time. This does not mean you never act. It means you act after clarity returns, after emotion has shared its information, after values, not impulses, guide the response. There is also compassion here. You stop judging yourself for having feelings. You stop demanding emotional perfection. You accept that emotions arise naturally. You simply stop handing them the steering wheel. Over time, emotional life becomes steadier. You feel just as much but react far less. You recover faster. You regret less. Relationships become safer because responses are intentional. This shift also changes how others experience you. You become predictable in the best way. Calm under pressure. Thoughtful in conflict. Present without being volatile. People trust you more because you trust yourself. The Stoics believed that mastery was not the absence of emotion, but mastery of response. When response is chosen, not forced, dignity returns. As this belief loosens, emotions become allies instead of threats. They inform, they guide, but they do not rule. And with that freedom, another habit becomes visible. The habit of letting regret live in the present. The way the mind turns past moments into ongoing rejection of now. Understanding why regret is really resistance to the present moment becomes the next step in learning how to let go completely. As emotions stop demanding immediate action, the mind finally slows enough to notice where much of its weight has been coming from. Not from what is happening now, but from what already happened. The past keeps knocking, not to teach, but to be relived. And each time it does, the present is quietly pushed away. This is regret. Regret does not live in memory alone. It lives in resistance to now. It is the refusal to allow the present moment to stand without correction. The mind looks back and says, "This moment would be better if the past had been different." And in doing so, it rejects the only place life is actually happening. Regret feels responsible, thoughtful. It pretends to be about learning. But learning is forward-facing. Regret is backward-facing. It does not ask how to act now. It asks how things should have been then. And because then is unreachable, the question has no answer. The Stoics understood this clearly. They believed that regret is not about the past. It is about dissatisfaction with the present. If the present were fully accepted, regret would lose its fuel. The past would remain a memory, not a burden. Regret keeps the nervous system activated. Each replay triggers the same emotional response as the original moment. Shame, sadness, frustration. The body reacts as if correction is still possible, as if vigilance might somehow rewrite history. This is why regret feels heavy. You are carrying a fight that cannot be won. There is also judgment embedded in regret, a judgment against your past self. You accuse them of not knowing what you know now. You forget the limits you were under, the fear you felt, the information you lacked. You hold them to a standard that did not exist at the time. This judgment fractures the self. One part of you becomes the judge. Another becomes the accused. The present self attacks the past self, and the result is inner division. Peace cannot exist where the self is at war with itself. Regret also freezes growth. When you are focused on what should have happened, you are not fully engaged with what can happen next. Energy that could be used to act, adapt, or change is trapped in rumination. The Stoics believed that wisdom is the ability to use the present well, regardless of the past. They did not deny mistakes. They simply refused to live inside them. They accepted the past as fixed and the present as flexible. Letting go of regret does not mean denying responsibility. It means relocating it. Responsibility lives now, not then. You cannot act in the past, but you can act in the present, informed by the past. That is learning. Everything else is punishment. Another hidden cost of regret is that it dulls gratitude. When you are focused on what went wrong, you miss what is here. The mind stays oriented toward loss instead of presence. Even good moments feel incomplete because they are compared to an imagined alternative past. Regret also feeds fear of the future. If you believe past mistakes define you, you hesitate to act again. You fear repeating error. You become cautious, not wise. Life narrows because movement feels dangerous. The Stoics practiced a powerful reframe. They treated the past as finished training, lessons learned, curriculum complete. No need to return to the classroom. The work now is application. A simple shift begins the release. Instead of asking, "Why did I do that?" you ask, "What does this moment need?" This question pulls attention out of memory and back into life. It reminds you where agency lives. Another shift is compassion. You recognize that your past self was doing the best they could with who they were. Not perfectly, not wisely by today's standards, but honestly within their limits. This recognition softens judgment and restores unity. Regret dissolves when acceptance arrives. Not approval of what happened, but acknowledgement that it cannot be changed. Acceptance frees energy. It allows the mind to stop pulling against reality. This does not mean forgetting. It means integrating. The past becomes information, not identity. A reference point, not a residence. Over time, when regret loosens, the present feels fuller. You stop rejecting now because of then. You allow life as it is, not as it could have been. This acceptance is not passive, it is grounded. The Stoics believed that tranquility comes from loving what is, not demanding what was. When you stop resisting the present with memories, peace becomes possible again. And as regret fades, something else becomes clearer. The discomfort you feel during growth. The moments that feel hard, not because they are wrong, but because they stretch you. Understanding why discomfort is often mistaken for danger becomes the next step in learning how to live with less fear and more courage. As regret releases its grip, the present moment begins to feel more open, less haunted. And in that openness, another habit quietly reveals itself. A reflex so automatic, it often goes unquestioned. The reflex to pull away the moment something feels uncomfortable. Discomfort arrives, and the mind immediately labels it as danger. This misbelief is deeply rooted. Discomfort tightens the chest. It quickens the breath. It creates unease. The body reacts as if something is wrong, and because the sensation is unpleasant, the mind assumes it must be avoided. But discomfort is not the same as harm. It is not proof that something bad is happening. It is often proof that something new is happening. The Stoics understood this clearly. They knew that growth rarely feels comfortable. Learning stretches you. Change unsettles you. Truth challenges you. None of this feels easy, but none of it is dangerous by default. When discomfort is mistaken for threat, progress stops. Much of this confusion comes from the body's alarm system. Discomfort activates similar physical sensations as fear. The nervous system cannot easily tell the difference between "this is unfamiliar" and "this is unsafe." Without awareness, the mind reacts the same way to both. This is why people avoid difficult conversations, new opportunities, honest reflection, and necessary endings. Not because these things are harmful, but because they feel uncomfortable. The mind chooses familiarity over growth because familiarity feels safer, even when it is limiting. The misbelief that discomfort equals danger turns resistance into habit. You avoid speaking up. You avoid trying. You avoid resting. You avoid change. Life becomes smaller, not because of external limits, but because of internal avoidance. Discomfort also appears during healing. When old patterns loosen, there is instability. When new boundaries are set, guilt appears. When identity shifts, confusion arises. These sensations feel unsettling, so the mind tries to retreat to what it knows. This retreat is often mistaken for wisdom. But wisdom is not the absence of discomfort. It is the ability to stay present with it. The Stoics practiced voluntary discomfort for this reason, not to punish themselves, but to retrain the mind. They exposed themselves to mild discomfort intentionally so they could learn that discomfort does not destroy them. Cold, hunger, silence, effort, these experiences taught resilience. When you allow discomfort without reacting, something important happens. The body learns that it can tolerate sensation without collapsing. The nervous system recalibrates. What once felt threatening becomes manageable. Confidence grows quietly, not from success, but from endurance. Discomfort is often a signal of alignment. When you do something meaningful, resistance appears. When you act in accordance with your values, fear may arise. This fear is not a warning to stop. It is a sign that you are stepping outside habit. The misbelief turns this signal upside down. It tells you to retreat when you should lean in gently. It confuses safety with stagnation. Letting go begins with noticing how quickly you label discomfort as wrong. The moment you feel tension, you ask, "What am I afraid of right now?" Often the answer is not danger, but uncertainty, exposure, or effort. Another shift is learning to separate physical sensation from interpretation. Tightness does not mean failure. Unease does not mean error. It means your system is adjusting. When you stop adding meaning, the sensation becomes easier to sit with. The Stoics believed courage was not the absence of fear, but the willingness to act with fear present. Discomfort does not disappear before action. It fades after action, once the mind learns that survival was never at stake. There is also patience here. Discomfort has a lifespan. It rises, peaks, and falls if not resisted. When you flee too quickly, you never experience its resolution. The mind stays afraid because it has no evidence that discomfort ends. Over time, as you allow more discomfort, fear loses credibility. You stop trusting every uneasy sensation as a warning. You become more discerning. You ask whether the discomfort is protecting you or limiting you. This discernment changes how you move through life. You stop avoiding growth. You stop mistaking anxiety for intuition. You step forward even when it feels awkward, unsure, or challenging. This does not mean pushing yourself recklessly. It means listening carefully. Discomfort that aligns with values is different from discomfort that violates them. One expands you, the other depletes you. Learning the difference comes from experience, not avoidance. As the misbelief dissolves, courage becomes quieter. You do not feel fearless. You feel capable. You trust that discomfort will not undo you. You trust your ability to respond. And with this trust, life opens again. You take chances. You speak honestly. You allow change. You rest without guilt. You move even when it feels uncertain. This is not because discomfort vanished, but because it lost its power to stop you. And as this power fades, another subtle habit comes into view. The way the mind freezes experience by naming it too quickly. The way emotions are labeled before they are understood. Learning why emotional labels can limit understanding becomes the next step in releasing unnecessary suffering and deepening clarity. As discomfort becomes something you can stay with, another habit quietly reveals itself. The mind's urge to name what is happening as quickly as possible, to grab a word, to pin it down, to say, "This is anxiety, this is anger, this is sadness." And once the label is applied, the experience seems to stop moving. Emotional labels feel helpful. They sound like understanding. They promise clarity. But very often they do the opposite. They freeze experience before it has a chance to unfold. An emotion is not a fixed object. It is a process. It shifts moment to moment, changing shape, intensity, and texture. When you label it too quickly, you stop listening. You decide you already know what it is. And once you think you know, curiosity ends. The Stoics were careful with this. They distinguished between what they felt and what they concluded. A tight chest was just a tight chest. A rush of heat was just sensation. Meaning came later, if at all. This kept experience fluid instead of rigid. When you label an emotion, the mind often brings a story with it. This is anxiety, and anxiety is bad. This is anger, and anger means I'm losing control. The label carries history, judgment, and expectation. The body responds to the label, not just the sensation. This is why emotions seem to get stuck. You are no longer feeling them. You are managing an idea about them. Labels also create identity. I am anxious. I am depressed. I am an angry person. What began as a temporary state becomes a definition, and once identity is involved, letting go feels dangerous. Who are you without the label? The problem is not recognizing emotion. The problem is mistaking recognition for completion. Naming something does not mean you have understood it. Often it means you have stopped paying attention to it. Emotions are layered. What feels like anger may contain hurt. What feels like sadness may contain fear. What feels like anxiety may contain excitement. When you label too quickly, you flatten complexity into a single word and miss what is actually present. The Stoics believed clarity came from observation, not categorization. They watched how impressions arose, changed, and faded. They allowed emotion to speak in sensation before translating it into thought. This patience prevented exaggeration. Another hidden cost of labels is prediction. Once you name an emotion, you assume you know how it will behave. I'm anxious, so this will last all day. I'm sad, so nothing will help. These predictions lock you into expectation. The emotion then follows the script you wrote for it. Labels also create resistance. When you decide an emotion is something you don't want, you fight it, you tense against it, you try to escape it. This resistance keeps the emotion active. The body stays alert because it believes something is wrong. When you remove the label, something surprising happens. The emotion becomes less threatening. Sensation moves. Intensity shifts. You notice waves instead of walls. The experience breathes. This does not mean pretending you don't know what you feel. It means delaying the label long enough to feel fully. You notice pressure, warmth, heaviness, movement. You stay with the raw data before turning it into a concept. The Stoics practiced this kind of attention. They described experience plainly, without emotional shorthand. This stripped away drama and allowed reason to enter calmly. There is also freedom here. When emotions are not fixed by labels, they are not permanent. You stop asking, "Why am I like this?" and start noticing, "This is passing." Time returns to the experience. Motion returns. Labels can also limit response. When you say, "I'm anxious," you may default to avoidance. When you say, "I'm angry," you may default to confrontation. But if you stay with sensation instead of the label, more options appear. You respond with nuance instead of habit. Over time, this practice changes emotional intelligence. You become more sensitive, not less. You notice subtle shifts. You respond earlier. You do not wait until emotion explodes because you have been listening all along. This also softens self-judgment. You stop condemning yourself for having certain emotions. You stop seeing feelings as problems. They become information, not identity. As emotional labels loosen, inner life becomes more dynamic. You feel deeply without being trapped. You allow experience without freezing it in language. You stay present long enough for insight to emerge naturally.
And with this presence, another habit becomes visible. The habit of judging rest as laziness. The way the mind moralizes stillness and turns recovery into guilt.
Understanding how judgment around rest creates burnout becomes the next step in learning how to let go without losing momentum. As emotions stop being frozen by labels, the body finally gets a chance to speak, not loudly, not dramatically, just through fatigue, through heaviness, through the quiet request to pause. And almost immediately another judgment rises to meet it. The judgment that rest is laziness. This belief is deeply ingrained. It hides inside praise for productivity and admiration for endurance. It whispers that slowing down means falling behind, that stopping means weakness, that rest must be justified, earned, or explained. So when the body asks for stillness, the mind responds with guilt. You sit down, but you don't relax. You rest, but you criticize yourself while doing it. You pause, but part of you stays tense, watching the clock, counting what you're not doing. The body may stop, but the nervous system does not. The Stoics saw this clearly. They believed that rest is not the opposite of virtue. It is part of it. A mind that never rests cannot reason clearly. A body that never recovers cannot act wisely. Rest was not indulgence. It was maintenance. The judgment against rest confuses motion with value. It assumes that worth is measured by output. That effort must be visible to count. That stillness is empty. But stillness is not empty. It is restorative. When you judge rest as laziness, you disconnect from the body's signals. You override fatigue. You push past limits. At first, this may look like discipline, but over time, it becomes disconnection. You stop knowing when enough is enough. This disconnection leads to burnout, not suddenly, but quietly. Energy drains faster, focus fades, joy thins out, and instead of listening, the mind doubles down. It says, you need to try harder, do more, push through. The irony is that restlessness often masks exhaustion. What feels like lack of motivation is often lack of recovery. What feels like laziness is often depletion. But when rest is moralized, the body's needs are treated as flaws. This belief often forms early. You may have been praised for pushing through pain, for not complaining, for staying busy. Over time, stillness became suspicious. Doing nothing felt wrong, even dangerous. The Stoics practiced balance. They valued effort, but not at the cost of reason. They knew that a fatigued mind makes poor judgments, that exhaustion amplifies emotion, that rest sharpens clarity. When you allow rest without judgment, something shifts. The nervous system downshifts, the breath deepens, the mind becomes quieter, not because it is forced to be, but because it no longer needs to defend its worth. Rest also allows integration. Experiences settle. Lessons sink in. Emotion completes its cycle. Without rest, everything stays unfinished. The mind keeps spinning because nothing has had time to land. The judgment against rest also blocks creativity. Insight rarely comes when the mind is strained. It arrives in pauses, in walks, in moments where effort relaxes. When you rest, you are not wasting time. You are creating space. There is also trust involved. Trust that you do not disappear when you stop, that your value does not evaporate in stillness, that rest will not make you weak. This trust is often missing when rest feels unsafe. Letting go begins by noticing the voice that criticizes rest. You hear it say, "You should be doing something else." You do not argue with it. You simply recognize it as a learned belief, not a truth. Then you try something small. You rest without explanation, without multitasking, without turning rest into productivity. You let the body settle fully. At first, this may feel uncomfortable. Guilt may arise. That is the belief loosening. The Stoics believed that caring for the self was not selfish. It was necessary. You cannot act well from depletion. You cannot live well while ignoring your limits. Over time, when rest is allowed, energy returns more naturally. Motivation becomes cleaner. Action feels lighter. You stop forcing movement because movement arises on its own. This does not make you passive. It makes you sustainable. You begin to notice the difference between resistance and recovery, between avoidance and rest. Rest restores. Avoidance drains. Learning the difference comes from listening, not judging. As the belief that rest is laziness fades, self-respect grows. You treat your body as an ally instead of an obstacle. You respond to fatigue with care instead of criticism. And with that care, life regains rhythm. Effort and ease begin to alternate naturally. You stop living in constant push mode. You move when it's time to move. You pause when it's time to pause. This balance brings steadiness, not because you are doing less, but because you are no longer fighting yourself. And as this steadiness settles, another belief becomes visible. The fear of being seen as weak, the hesitation to show vulnerability, the judgment that softness equals failure. Understanding why vulnerability triggers fear becomes the next step in learning how to live with strength that does not require armor. As rest becomes something you allow rather than justify, another tension quietly rises. It is not about effort or energy. It is about visibility, about how you appear when you slow down, when you hesitate, when you don't have answers. A familiar fear tightens the chest. The fear of being seen as weak. This fear shapes more of life than most people realize. It decides what you share and what you hide, when you ask for help and when you stay silent, when you admit uncertainty and when you pretend confidence. It teaches you to hold yourself together even when you are falling apart inside. Weakness in this belief is dangerous. It risks rejection, loss of respect, loss of control. So the mind learns to cover it quickly. You stay strong, you stay composed, you stay capable, even when it costs you honesty. The Stoics understood this fear, but they did not agree with it. They believed true strength was internal, not performative. Strength was the ability to meet reality as it is, not the ability to appear untouched by it. Pretending invulnerability was not courage. It was avoidance. The fear of being seen as weak often comes from early experiences, moments when vulnerability was punished, dismissed, or used against you. The mind learned that exposure leads to pain, so it built armor. Over time, the armor became identity. This armor looks like competence, independence, control. You become the one who handles things, who doesn't need much, who doesn't ask. And from the outside, this looks strong. But inside, it can feel lonely and exhausting. The cost of this fear is emotional isolation. When you cannot show weakness, you cannot be fully seen. Relationships stay on the surface, Support stays out of reach. You carry weight that could be shared, but isn't. There is also pressure here. You feel responsible for maintaining the image, for staying solid, for not cracking. Any sign of struggle feels like failure, so you push through pain silently. You hide confusion. You minimize your needs. The Stoics warned against this self-burdening. They believed that wisdom includes knowing your limits, that asking for help is not surrender, but clarity. Acknowledging vulnerability is not weakness. It is accuracy. The fear of weakness also blocks growth. Growth requires not knowing. Learning requires mistakes. Healing requires openness. When you avoid vulnerability, you avoid the very states that lead to change. Another hidden effect is emotional suppression. When weakness feels unsafe, emotions are controlled tightly. Sadness is swallowed. Fear is denied. Doubt is masked. These emotions don't disappear. They move underground where they create tension, anxiety, and fatigue. The Stoics did not suppress emotion. They observed it. They allowed it without letting it rule. This required courage, not the loud kind, but the quiet kind. The courage to feel without fleeing. Letting go of this fear does not mean exposing everything to everyone. Discernment matters. Vulnerability without boundaries is not wisdom, but selective openness is strength. Choosing when and where to be honest builds trust and connection. A powerful shift begins when you redefine weakness. Weakness is not feeling. It is refusing to feel. Weakness is not asking for help. It is pretending you don't need it. Weakness is not being affected. It is being controlled by fear of being affected. When you allow yourself to be seen in small ways, something changes. You realize that the world does not collapse. Respect does not vanish. Often it deepens. People feel closer when you are real. Trust grows when performance drops. This does not happen all at once. The fear may still appear. You may feel exposed. That is normal. Vulnerability feels risky because it is new, not because it is wrong. The Stoics practiced internal validation. They did not measure strength by appearances. They measured it by integrity, by consistency with values, by calm under pressure. None of these require hiding humanity. As this fear loosens, emotional life opens. You feel more, but you also carry less. You no longer waste energy maintaining an image. You use that energy to live. You become more compassionate toward yourself. You stop demanding invulnerability. You allow yourself to be in process. This compassion reduces shame, which is often the real driver of the fear. Over time, you notice that strength feels different. It feels flexible. It feels grounded. It feels like the ability to bend without breaking, to admit uncertainty without losing direction. You also become more resilient. When you stop fearing weakness, setbacks hurt less. You recover faster because you are not fighting your own reactions. You allow yourself to be human and keep moving. This does not make life easier. It makes it more honest. And honesty creates stability that performance never can. As the fear of being seen as weak softens, another habit begins to loosen as well. The habit of avoiding tasks not because they are difficult, but because they threaten self-image. The quiet resistance that shows up as procrastination. Understanding the hidden judgment behind procrastination becomes the next step in learning how to let go of self-sabotage and move forward with less inner conflict. As the fear of appearing weak begins to soften, another pattern quietly reveals itself, one that is often misunderstood, misnamed, and judged harshly. It doesn't shout. It delays. It waits. It disguises itself as distraction, fatigue, or lack of discipline. But beneath it lives a silent judgment. Procrastination is rarely about laziness. It is about self-protection. When you delay starting something, the mind is not avoiding the task itself. It is avoiding what the task threatens to expose. The possibility of failure, the risk of not being good enough, the chance that effort might not lead to the result you hope for. Procrastination steps in as a shield. This is why you can procrastinate even on things you care about, especially on things you care about. The more something matters, the more it touches identity. And when identity is on the line, fear grows louder. The silent judgment behind procrastination sounds like this: if I don't try, I can't fail. It also says, if I delay, my self-image stays intact. The mind believes it is buying safety. The Stoics understood this pattern even if they did not use the modern word for it. They knew that avoidance often comes from attachment to outcome. When you tie your worth to success, action becomes dangerous. Every step feels like a test of who you are. Procrastination is the pause before judgment. The mind delays so it doesn't have to face a verdict. There is also perfection hiding here, a belief that you must be fully ready before you begin, fully confident, fully prepared, fully certain. Since this state rarely arrives, action keeps getting postponed. The task grows heavier the longer it waits, not because it is harder, but because fear has been feeding on delay. Another layer is imagined evaluation. You picture how others might judge your work, how it might be received, whether it will be enough. These imagined eyes create pressure before anything has even begun. Procrastination becomes a way to escape scrutiny that has not yet occurred. This habit drains energy. The task stays in your mind constantly, unfinished. It occupies mental space. It creates guilt. You are not resting, and you are not progressing. You are suspended. The Stoics believed clarity comes through action, not waiting. They did not wait to feel ready. They acted according to reason and adjusted along the way. They knew that readiness is often a result of movement, not a prerequisite. The judgment behind procrastination also attacks self-trust. Each delay becomes evidence against you. Why can't I just do it? This self-criticism adds shame to fear, and shame deepens avoidance. Letting go begins with honesty, not asking, why am I lazy, but what am I protecting myself from right now? This question shifts the tone from accusation to understanding. It reveals fear instead of reinforcing it. Often, the fear is not the task itself, but the meaning you've attached to it. You've decided it will define you, that it must go perfectly. That failure would say something permanent about you. When this meaning is softened, the task becomes lighter. A powerful shift happens when you reduce the scope, not as a trick, but as respect for the nervous system. You take the smallest possible step, a step so small it carries no identity weight. This bypasses fear and restores motion. The Stoics practiced this kind of grounded action. They focused on effort, not outcome. On what was in their control now, not on how things would turn out. This removed the emotional load from action. Another important shift is separating action from self-worth. You act not to prove yourself, but to engage with life. When action is no longer a test, fear loosens. Procrastination loses its purpose. Over time, as you act despite discomfort, confidence builds naturally. Not from thinking, but from doing. The mind learns that action does not destroy you, that imperfection is survivable, that effort matters more than image. This does not mean you never hesitate. It means hesitation no longer controls you. You recognize it as fear, not truth. You move gently, but you move. As procrastination fades, energy returns. Mental space clears. The task is no longer haunting you. Relief appears not because the work is done, but because you are no longer at war with it. You also begin to treat yourself differently, with patience instead of pressure, with curiosity instead of judgment. This change alone reduces avoidance dramatically. The Stoics believe that self-command begins with self-respect. You cannot force yourself forward with contempt. You move forward when you stop making action a referendum on your worth. As the silent judgment behind procrastination dissolves, another habit becomes visible. The urge to assign meaning too quickly, to decide what an experience means before it has finished unfolding. This habit shows up when you rush to label moments as failures or successes, when you demand interpretation before understanding, and it quietly limits growth in ways most people never notice. Learning why forcing meaning too soon blocks wisdom becomes the next step in letting go. As procrastination loosens and action begins to flow again, the mind looks for something familiar to hold on to. Not avoidance this time, but interpretation. A need to understand immediately, to explain, to decide what something means before it has finished happening. This is the emotional weight of needing meaning too soon. When something difficult happens, the mind rushes to ask, why? Why this happened? Why now? Why to me? It feels like a reasonable question, but often it is not curiosity. It is discomfort trying to end itself. Meaning feels like relief. Once something has meaning, it feels contained, ordered, finished. The problem is that most experiences do not reveal their meaning right away, and when the mind forces an answer too early, it often chooses the most painful one. A setback becomes proof that you are failing. A loss becomes evidence that life is cruel. A delay becomes a sign you are off track. These conclusions feel solid, but they are premature. They are guesses made under pressure. The Stoics understood that wisdom unfolds with time. They did not rush to interpret events. They allowed space between experience and conclusion. They knew that early judgments are usually emotional, not accurate. Needing meaning too soon adds weight to moments that are still in motion. You take something unfinished and treat it as final. You turn a chapter into a verdict. This freezes growth, because growth requires uncertainty. There is also fear hiding here. Fear that if you don't explain what's happening, it will overwhelm you. That uncertainty will swallow you whole. So the mind grabs onto meaning like a lifeline, even if the meaning hurts. This habit creates emotional exhaustion. You are constantly processing, analyzing, deciding. The mind never rests because it believes every experience must be understood immediately. Silence feels unsafe. Waiting feels irresponsible. But meaning is not always available on demand. Some experiences only make sense later. Some never make sense in the way you expect. Forcing meaning too early often distorts memory and narrows perspective. The Stoics practiced patience with understanding. They trusted that clarity emerges when it's ready, not because the mind demands it, but because time reveals it. This trust reduced inner strain. When you allow experiences to remain undefined, something softens. You stop carrying the pressure to explain everything. You let events breathe, You allow emotions to rise and fall without attaching a story to them. This does not mean abandoning reflection. It means delaying conclusion. You observe without deciding. You feel without labeling. You stay open instead of closing the case too soon. There is also humility here. Accepting that you do not yet know what something means frees you from false certainty. You stop pretending to understand before you do. This openness allows insight to arrive naturally. Over time, this practice lightens emotional load. You are no longer turning every challenge into a lesson immediately. You allow life to teach you at its own pace. This reduces pressure and deepens understanding. Needing meaning too soon often blocks gratitude as well. When you rush to interpret hardship, you miss what is still intact. You overlook small moments of steadiness because you are busy explaining pain. The Stoics believed that not everything that hurts needs explanation. Some things simply need endurance. Others need time. When you stop demanding meaning, resilience grows. As this habit loosens, patience returns. You become more tolerant of not knowing. You trust that clarity will come, or that you will adapt even if it doesn't. This trust creates calm, and with this calm, another belief begins to fade. The belief that inner peace requires constant engagement, that you must always be thinking, processing, or improving. This belief keeps the mind busy and prevents rest at a deeper level. Understanding how doing nothing can be an act of wisdom becomes the next step in learning how to let go completely. As the pressure to explain everything eases, attention shifts outward again, not to events, not to meaning, but to people, to what they say, what they do, how they behave. And almost automatically, a familiar sentence forms in the mind. They made me feel this way. This belief feels obvious. Someone criticizes you and you feel hurt. Someone ignores you and you feel rejected. Someone interrupts you and you feel angry. The emotion seems to arrive directly from the outside, as if it were delivered to you fully formed. But this is an illusion. No one can place an emotion inside you. What they provide is a stimulus, a sound, a gesture, an action. What happens next is internal: interpretation, memory, judgment. Emotion is born inside that process, not inside the other person. The Stoics understood this clearly. They taught that people and events do not disturb us. Our judgments about them do. This was not a philosophical trick. It was an observation about how the mind works. When you believe others make you feel something, you give away emotional authority. Your inner state becomes dependent on behavior you cannot control. Peace becomes conditional. Anyone can disrupt it with a word, a look, or a silence. This belief also creates helplessness. If others control your feelings, then calm depends on them changing. Apologies, validation, better behavior. Until that happens, you wait, you stay tense, you stay reactive. But when you look closely, you begin to see cracks in the story. Two people can experience the same behavior and feel completely different. One shrugs, another spirals. The difference is not the event, it is the meaning assigned to it. A comment hurts because it touches a belief you already carry. A tone angers you because it signals disrespect according to your expectations. Silence wounds because it activates fear of abandonment. The emotion is not imported, it is activated. This does not mean people are never responsible for harm. Actions have impact. Words matter. But impact and emotion are not the same thing. Impact describes what happened. Emotion describes how your system responded to it. Confusing the two keeps you stuck. When you say, "They made me angry," the mind stops there. When you say, "I felt angry because I interpreted this as disrespect," agency returns. You can examine the interpretation. You can adjust it. You can choose a response. The Stoics believed that reclaiming this agency was essential to freedom. Not freedom from others, but freedom from emotional slavery. Another hidden cost of this illusion is escalation. When you believe someone caused your emotion, you feel justified in reacting. You raise your voice, you withdraw, you accuse. The interaction intensifies and the emotion grows stronger. The cycle feeds itself. The belief also blocks self-understanding. You stop asking why something affected you so strongly. You stop noticing patterns. You miss opportunities to heal old sensitivities because responsibility is always placed outside. Letting go begins with a simple shift in language. Instead of "they made me feel," you say, "I felt when I thought." This is not self-blame. It is clarity. It recognizes where emotion actually forms. At first, this can feel uncomfortable. It removes the comfort of blame. It asks you to look inward. But it also returns power. You are no longer waiting for others to regulate your emotions for you. This shift does not mean suppressing feelings. You still feel them fully. You just stop outsourcing their cause. This creates space between stimulus and reaction. Over time, you become less reactive. Not because people stop behaving badly, but because you stop internalizing everything automatically. You pause. You interpret more carefully. You respond instead of react. There is also compassion here. When you stop blaming others for your feelings, you stop demonizing them. You see that they are acting from their own inner states, just as you are. This reduces resentment and increases understanding. The Stoics practice this by reminding themselves that other people are not obstacles, but expressions of human nature. Flawed, inconsistent, struggling. When you stop expecting perfection, emotional volatility decreases. You also become more emotionally intelligent. You recognize triggers without being controlled by them. You see patterns without judgment. You learn where boundaries are needed and where interpretation can soften. As this illusion fades, emotional life becomes steadier. You feel less tossed around by interactions. You regain a sense of inner ground. You are affected, but not ruled. This does not make you detached. It makes you centered. And as this center strengthens, another belief begins to loosen. The belief that self-pity is compassion, that staying inside pain is a form of care. This belief quietly deepens suffering by turning pain into identity. Understanding why self-pity disguises itself as kindness becomes the next step in learning how to let go without abandoning yourself. As emotional responsibility returns to where it belongs, another habit quietly steps forward, one that feels gentle, soft, almost caring. It speaks in a comforting tone and seems to offer relief when things hurt. And because of that, it is rarely questioned. Self-pity. Self-pity feels like compassion. It sounds like understanding. It says, "Of course this hurts. Look at what you've been through." And for a moment, it does soothe. It validates pain. It offers rest from harsh self-judgment. But beneath that softness, something else is happening. A judgment is being made. Self-pity is not just acknowledging pain. It is interpreting pain as proof of unfairness, helplessness, or special burden. It quietly says, "This shouldn't have happened to me," or I carry more than others, or my situation is uniquely heavy. These thoughts feel kind, but they anchor suffering in identity. The Stoics understood this distinction clearly. They made space for pain, but they did not build a home inside it. They believed compassion should relieve suffering, not preserve it. Self-pity preserves suffering by wrapping it in meaning that is hard to release. When you fall into self-pity, the present moment narrows. Attention turns inward, but not in a healing way. It circles the wound. It replays the story. It seeks comfort through repetition. The pain is no longer just felt, it is narrated. This narration slows recovery. The nervous system stays activated because the story keeps confirming that something is wrong. You are not just hurt, you are wronged. Not just tired, you are burdened. Not just struggling, you are stuck. Self-pity also removes agency quietly. It frames pain as something happening to you, not something moving through you. This framing brings temporary relief from responsibility, but it also blocks forward motion. If pain defines you, change feels like betrayal of your own story. Another hidden cost is comparison. Self-pity often measures suffering. It asks who has it worse. It seeks validation through uniqueness. But suffering does not need hierarchy. When pain becomes a competition, isolation deepens. The Stoics believed that pain is part of the human condition, not a personal injustice. This belief did not make them cold, it made them resilient. They allowed pain without turning it into a special identity that needed constant attention. True compassion acknowledges pain and then asks what is needed now. Self-pity acknowledges pain and then stays there. It confuses witnessing with dwelling. Letting go begins by noticing the tone of your inner voice. Compassion is steady and grounded. Self-pity is heavy and looping. Compassion says, "This hurts, and I can care for myself." Self-pity says, "This hurts, and it shouldn't be this way." One opens a path forward, the other closes it. Another difference lies in energy. Compassion restores strength. Self-pity drains it. After indulging in self-pity, you often feel more tired, more stuck, more disconnected. After compassion, you feel steadier, even if the pain remains. The Stoics practiced compassion without dramatization. They treated pain as a state, not a story. They did not minimize it, but they did not inflate it either. This balance kept suffering from becoming identity. There is also honesty here. Self-pity often avoids uncomfortable truths. It focuses on how hard things are without asking what might help. Compassion is honest enough to say, "This hurts, and I still need to act gently but deliberately." When you release self-pity, you do not abandon yourself. You stop underestimating yourself. You remember that pain does not mean powerlessness. That feeling deeply does not mean being stuck. This shift can feel uncomfortable at first. Self-pity feels familiar. It offers emotional warmth. Letting it go can feel like standing without a blanket. But what replaces it is stronger. Self-respect. Self-respect allows pain without collapse. It allows struggle without story. It allows recovery without drama. It treats you as capable, not fragile. Over time, this changes how you relate to hardship. You stop asking why life is unfair to you and start asking how to move wisely within it. You feel less consumed by pain because you are no longer feeding it meaning. The Stoics believed that dignity comes from meeting difficulty with steadiness, not self-indulgence. This steadiness does not deny pain. It prevents pain from defining you. As self-pity loosens, Emotional life becomes cleaner. You feel sadness without sinking. You feel disappointment without spiraling. You care for yourself without trapping yourself in the role of the wounded. And with that clarity, another belief begins to fade. The belief that inner peace is fragile, that it can be easily broken by circumstances. Understanding why calm is stronger than chaos becomes the next step in realizing how resilient peace truly is. As self-pity loosens and dignity returns, another quiet pressure steps into awareness. It does not shout, it sighs, it whispers comparisons late at night and during quiet mornings. It looks at your life and delivers a verdict without asking permission. You're behind. This judgment feels factual, measured, logical. It sounds like an honest assessment, not an emotional reaction, but it is one of the heaviest stories the mind can carry, and one of the least accurate. Being behind assumes there is a single timeline, a correct pace, a universal order in which life should unfold. By a certain age, you should have achieved this. By now, you should feel that. Others have reached milestones, and you haven't. The mind turns life into a race that no one agreed to run. The Stoics rejected this idea completely. They understood that life does not move in straight lines or synchronized schedules. Growth is uneven. Paths diverge. Circumstances differ. Measuring your life against an imagined standard is not wisdom. It is self-punishment. The feeling of being behind does not come from reality. It comes from comparison mixed with expectation. You look at where you are and compare it to where you think you should be, based on other people's outcomes, cultural milestones, or past plans that no longer fit who you are. This judgment steals peace in the present. Even when something good happens, it feels late. Even progress feels insufficient. You do not enjoy where you are because your attention is fixed on an invisible finish line. There is also shame hiding here. Being behind feels like failure, even when no mistake was made. Life may have slowed you, redirected you, or taught you through difficulty, but the mind interprets delay as deficiency. The Stoics believed that timing is not a moral issue. You are not late to your own life. You are exactly where you are, shaped by choices, chance, effort, and learning. None of this makes you lesser. The idea of being behind also creates urgency that harms clarity. You rush decisions. You chase paths that don't align with you. You fear rest because rest feels like falling further behind. Life becomes pressured instead of purposeful. This judgment also ignores invisible progress, emotional maturity, self-knowledge, resilience. These do not show up on timelines, but they shape the quality of everything else. You may feel behind externally while being far ahead internally. Another hidden cost is despair. When the mind believes you are behind, it quietly questions whether it's worth continuing. It whispers that the gap is too large, that catching up is impossible. This belief drains motivation and hope. Letting go begins by questioning the premise. Behind compared to what? Whose timeline? Whose definition of success? When you look closely, the standard dissolves. There is no single correct sequence for becoming who you are meant to be. The Stoics measured life by character, not chronology. They asked whether actions aligned with values, not whether milestones were reached on time. This shift removes pressure and restores agency. When you release the judgment of being behind, the present opens again. You stop racing against ghosts. You stop apologizing for your pace. You move with intention instead of panic. There is also relief in accepting that some things could only happen when they did. You could not have learned certain lessons earlier. You could not have chosen differently without becoming someone else. The path you walked shaped the awareness you now have. Being behind is a story the mind tells when it forgets that life is lived forward but understood sideways. Clarity often comes after detours, not before them. What feels delayed may actually be ripening. As this judgment loosens, patience returns. You allow yourself to build slowly. You stop comparing chapters. You focus on what is real now instead of what should have been done by now. This does not remove ambition. It removes cruelty. You still grow. You still aim. But you stop treating yourself like a failure for not matching an imagined schedule. The Stoics believed that the only real delay is refusing to live fully where you are. When you stop measuring yourself against others' clocks, energy returns, purpose sharpens, calm deepens. You are not behind, you are in process. And as this realization settles, something powerful becomes clear. Inner peace is not something you lose easily. It is not fragile. It does not shatter because life is messy. Peace, when built on clarity instead of comparison, is resilient. And that understanding carries you forward, not faster, but steadier, into a life no longer judged by where you think you should be, but lived fully where you stand. As the belief of being behind begins to dissolve, the mind regains a bit of breathing room. There is less rushing, less pressure to catch up, and in that calmer space, something important becomes visible. The way decisions are made when emotion is in the driver's seat. Emotional reactivity feels like clarity in the moment. Feelings are strong. Direction feels obvious. You feel pulled toward action or pushed away from it. And because the emotion is intense, the decision feels urgent, necessary, right. But intensity is not insight. When emotions spike, the brain narrows its focus. It prioritizes speed over accuracy. The nervous system moves into protection mode, where the goal is not wisdom, but relief. Decisions made in this state are designed to reduce discomfort quickly, not to serve long-term values. The Stoics understood this well. They believed that strong emotion clouds judgment because it pulls attention away from reason. Not because emotion is bad, but because it is partial. It sees one angle and ignores the rest. When you react emotionally, options disappear. You see only two paths: act now or suffer, speak or explode, decide or panic. Nuance is lost. Consequences fade into the background. The future shrinks to the next few minutes. This is why emotionally reactive decisions are often regretted. You say things you wouldn't say when calm. You commit to things you later resent. You avoid things you later wish you had faced. The decision felt right because it eased the emotion, not because it was wise. Reactivity also weakens consistency. Your values shift depending on mood. What feels acceptable today feels wrong tomorrow. You confuse emotional urgency with moral clarity. This creates inner conflict and self-doubt. The body plays a key role here. When emotion is high, stress hormones flood the system. The part of the brain responsible for reflection and planning goes quiet. This is not a character flaw. It is biology. But awareness allows choice. The Stoics practiced delay for this reason. They did not trust first impressions. They believed that time, sometimes only a few breaths, restores perspective. Delay was not avoidance. It was respect for clarity. Another cost of emotional reactivity is erosion of trust. When your decisions change dramatically with emotion, Others don't know what to expect. Even you don't. This unpredictability creates anxiety and instability in relationships and work. Reactivity also creates a pattern of short-term thinking. You solve the immediate discomfort and create larger problems later. You trade momentary relief for lasting complication. Over time, life feels harder, not because of circumstances, but because of accumulated reactive choices. Letting go begins with recognizing the signal. Strong emotion does not mean act now. It means pause now. The stronger the feeling, the more important the pause becomes. This pause does not suppress emotion. It contains it. You allow the feeling to be present without letting it dictate behavior. You breathe. You ground yourself. You let the intensity peak and soften. As emotion settles, reason returns. You begin to see more options. You remember values. You consider impact. The decision becomes slower but cleaner.
The Stoics believed that the best decisions are made from a steady state, not emotionless but balanced. Feeling informs judgment. It does not replace it.
Over time, this practice strengthens decision-making. You become less impulsive, more deliberate. You act with intention instead of urgency. This builds confidence because you trust your choices. You also reduce regret. Even when outcomes are not ideal, you know the decision was made with clarity. This self-trust is stabilizing. It allows you to move forward without second-guessing everything. As emotional reactivity weakens, life feels less chaotic. You are no longer pulled in every direction by feeling. You remain responsive but grounded. And with this grounding, another habit becomes visible. The tendency to exaggerate worst-case scenarios, the way the mind leaps from uncertainty to catastrophe without passing through realism.
Understanding how catastrophizing creates suffering before anything happens becomes the next step in releasing unnecessary fear and restoring calm judgment.
As emotional reactivity loosens its grip, the mind grows quieter, but it does not become empty. In the quiet, another habit reveals itself, one that doesn't shout, but escalates, one that doesn't argue, but predicts. It takes a small uncertainty and stretches it into a looming disaster. This is catastrophizing. Catastrophizing begins innocently. A thought appears. What if this goes wrong? That question feels responsible, careful. But the mind does not stop there. It continues forward, skipping steps, jumping outcomes, racing toward the worst possible ending as if it were inevitable. A delay becomes a failure. A symptom becomes a diagnosis. A mistake becomes a ruined future. The leap happens so fast that it feels logical, not imagined. The body reacts immediately, tightening as if danger has already arrived. The Stoics understood that the mind often suffers more in anticipation than in reality. They observed that imagined pain is often heavier than real pain because it has no limits. Reality ends. Imagination does not. Catastrophizing feels protective because it creates the illusion of preparation. The mind believes that if it rehearses disaster, it will be ready. But rehearsing fear does not build readiness. It builds anxiety. This habit pulls you out of the present moment and locks you into a future that does not exist. The body responds to imagined outcomes with real stress. The nervous system cannot tell the difference between what is happening and what is vividly imagined. Stress hormones rise. Focus narrows. Peace disappears. Catastrophizing also removes proportion. Small problems feel enormous. Manageable challenges feel overwhelming. You lose the ability to assess realistically because fear has already decided the scale. The Stoics practiced perspective as an antidote. They asked whether the feared outcome was certain, probable, or merely possible. Most catastrophes live in the last category, possible but unlikely, and even if they did occur, survivable. Another hidden danger of catastrophizing is paralysis. When the future looks disastrous, action feels pointless. You hesitate, you avoid, you delay decisions because any choice feels like a step toward collapse. Ironically, this avoidance often creates the very problems you feared. Catastrophizing also feeds hopelessness. If the worst is assumed, effort feels useless. Why try if the ending is already doomed? This belief drains motivation and erodes resilience. Letting go begins by noticing the leap, noticing when the mind skips from "this is uncomfortable" to "this is a disaster." Awareness interrupts momentum. You see the story forming instead of being carried by it. A powerful shift comes from grounding in evidence. What do you actually know right now? Not what you fear, not what you predict. What is verifiably true in this moment? This question brings the mind back to reality. The Stoics also practiced rehearsing resilience instead of catastrophe. Instead of imagining the worst outcome, they asked, "If this did happen, could I respond?" This reframes fear into capability. You stop focusing on the event and start trusting your ability to handle it. Another shift is recognizing that uncertainty does not require narrative. You do not need to explain every unknown. You can let questions remain open without filling them with disaster. This tolerance reduces mental strain. Catastrophizing thrives on speed. Slowing down weakens it. When you pause, breathe, and allow time, fear loses its urgency. The imagined future fades because attention returns to the present. Over time, as this habit loosens, anxiety softens. You stop living inside emergency mode. The mind becomes more measured. Problems feel solvable again. This does not mean ignoring risk. It means assessing risk accurately. Wisdom is not denial, it is proportion. Seeing things as they are, not as fear, exaggerates them. As catastrophizing fades, confidence grows quietly. Not because nothing can go wrong, but because you stop assuming everything will. You trust that you can meet challenges when they arise, not before. This trust stabilizes decision-making. You act based on reality, not fear. You conserve energy that was once spent worrying. Life feels less threatening, not because it is predictable, but because you are present. And as the mind stops leaping to disaster, another subtle habit begins to loosen. The belief that calm means indifference, that emotional steadiness requires emotional distance. Understanding why calm is not apathy, but strength, becomes the next step in learning how to let go without losing depth or care. What you've seen through these lessons is simple, but not easy. Life does not hurt you the way you were taught to believe. The event arrives and it passes. What stays is the meaning you give it, the story you repeat, the judgment you carry. And that is where suffering takes root. You've seen how the mind turns moments into burdens, how it rushes to label, predict, compare, and condemn, how it demands certainty, fairness, closure, and control in a world that offers none of these consistently. And you've also seen something quieter, but far more powerful, that every one of these habits can be loosened. Letting go is not about becoming cold or detached. It is about becoming clear. Clear enough to pause, clear enough to choose, clear enough to stop punishing yourself for being human. When judgment softens, Life does not become perfect, but it becomes lighter, and that lightness is freedom. If one idea from this journey stayed with you, if one moment made you stop and reflect, write, "I choose clarity," in the comments. Not for anyone else. Write it as a quiet promise to yourself. And if you want to keep learning how to live with steadier calm, deeper awareness, and less inner conflict, subscribe to the channel and stay with us. This path is not about fixing who you are. It's about remembering that peace was never outside your reach. Thank you for being here. Take a breath and carry less than you did before.